Krista, I'm sorry.
Christy, do you?
Can you say that announcement one more time, Krista, for the people joining us online? Real quick.
Okay, the revised UDO plan was was presented on Friday, this past Friday. And we have a period of public comment coming up for the next few weeks. I believe it's through the end of the month. And then the public hearing on it is going to be July 11th. And there are some areas specifically dealing with the historic districts that would be great if everyone has a chance to review and maybe put in their public comments. But Christy will be sending out an email just highlighting the specific areas because the document is nearly 700 pages. So we'll send out a link and also highlight the areas so you can go straight to the areas that pertain to us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Krista. Okay, Andrew, come on up. We have Andrew Rose here with us in person. I'm not sure, is
It's just me.
Richard's not joining online? Okay, great. Well, I have pulled up the,
Start with the site plan.
yes.
Or sorry, didn't know, do I control or?
But I do think the mic's on.
Okay.
So, I have the Historic Landmarks Commission webpage pulled up, if you'd like me to start there or start with the site plan.
Yeah, let's start on the site plan.
Okay.
A little background.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Rowe. I'm the principal of a small development company called Clearwater Development Partners. We're active in the Dilworth and some of the districts, primarily in commercial structures. And I've brought a couple things to you guys in front of the commission. Recently enough, a project on Thomas Avenue. That was wood frame commercial. But I'm here today to talk about a site that we currently have under contract at the corner of Cleveland Avenue and Worthington Avenue. This purpose of the workshop is to talk about an opportunity that we've been presented with. We put this site under contract to construct a wood frame retail or office structure to historic district standards. And had originally intended to tweak the previous COA document for a structure that you guys approved. Christy can probably, if we can flip to the COA, the original COA. So this was brought in front of the commission by Ken and Lucy Rayner for residential uses. And with that, and Christy, when was that approved?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's okay. I don't remember. I think 2020.
Well, as you can see, the site does have a adopted design that was brought forth to you guys and approved by the commission. We have been approached by a neighboring developer outside of the district called Southern Land Company, who purchased the site currently where the Leeper Wyatt grocery store building sits, which is a Mecklenburg County historic landmark, as well as the Tiber Creek building and a small office building next to it. It's at the corner of Tremont and South Boulevard. They, like a lot of developers in the South End District right now, are seeking to build a very large mixed-use structure on that site. After being contacted by them, we figured out an opportunity that we could save the Leeper Wyatt grocery store. Sorry, attempt to save that structure and move it over to our site. Our site, just as far as some of the logistical challenges of being able to move a building, happens to be perfectly situated to be able to get out the back of their site next to an undeveloped site across the street from us and be able to attempt a move. I use the word attempt to move because we're still in the due diligence phase of trying to understand that. We currently, right now, are going through a pretty heavy due diligence process to evaluate the Leeper Wyatt grocery store building. And sorry, let me back up. The Leeper Wyatt grocery store building, it's with that is a Mecklenburg County historic landmark. It's the oldest retail structure in the South Boulevard kind of district on the edge of Dilworth. It's not currently in the historic district boundaries. A little history about this. It was used as a grocery store. It was built by D.A. Tompkins to serve as a retail and grocery type use, from what we understand, to service the D.A. Tompkins Toolworks mill. It was run by two individuals. One had had a accessory structure behind it that he lived out of. So where we're at in this is we are trying to understand if go through the due diligence to understand if the building can be moved. We're investing significant money into it right now, and that due diligence process looks like a couple things. First, we've hired a company called Wood Engineering, who has experience in moving historic landmarks and national parks preservation works. They're actually on site today, and what their goal is to tell us is, one, can this building be moved? What kind of structural remediation, if any, needs to be done? And is there any structural work that we should take on its current site to prepare it for a move? The last part of that would be what kind of foundation do we need to construct on our site to prepare and accept that building? Those are all pretty critical things that need to be done before we can accept and say, okay, let's pull the trigger on that. The second part of that due diligence pillar is with our civil engineering team to design a move path. We have a narrow window right now that we're trying to, there's a narrow path, but there's also a narrow window in time to understand, okay, can we get this building from site point A to point B while we have two big, large competing mixed-use developments that are imminent, so to speak. So we are working with both of those developers, the one that we would be getting the building from, and the other one is a company out of Chicago called Centrum Development, who's developing the site across the street. So we have that window open, but our civil engineering team is designing a path that we can understand what's the least path of resistance as far as utilities, grade, things of that nature to get the building into the site. So, and all the different players involved with that. So, and the third and the final important part of the due diligence for us is you guys and y'all's commission. We recognize and understand that our site is in the boundaries of the district, and y'all have a previously adopted plan, and we would need to seek approval from you guys, to deviate from that for this building on our site. So, timeline for this. We currently have a plan that has started the rezoning process for the site. That plan has left the door open for this move. Our site currently does have the ability to do commercial uses, but needs some amendments to that based on the site plan, the footprint, some of the notes as well. So we're in the process for rezoning on our Worthington site. We're dovetailing this over top of it because it's our preferred goal is to move the building. With that, our goal is to have entitlements for the site sometime in the fall of this year. we'd like to go through the historic district process before the rezoning is approved. Similar to a path that Christy and staff we'd worked on and when we rezoned and did our site on Thomas Avenue in the Plaza Midwood district. With that, and Christy can share a little bit more about that, how we kind of dovetailed rezoning as well as getting to a certain point with you guys just alongside of each other. So if everything goes to plan and the due diligence comes back as far as structural move path, the deal with the developer to get the building moved, ideally we would try to move the building sometime in the first quarter of 2023. If we could get it out of there as soon as we can, we would, but we need to get through the entitlements first and foremost. And then second, we need to be cognizant of when is the best time of year to attempt this type of structure. I didn't mention this as far as our due diligence, but we have identified a company out of Pennsylvania called Wolf Moving Company. Wolf is a national mover and has a lot of experience in the Northeast moving these type of structures, both small and large. They also have some experience in Charlotte moving, I believe it was the Confederate Memorial that's in front of the federal courthouse. So they do have a lot of experience in this type of move and this type of structure, both large and small. So we feel like as far as firms to seek and nationally, they're at the top of our list. So, any questions on that? I guess, after that, I'll open up. We're allowed to have discussion. I wasn't sure if it was closed or not. So, but I'm here to kind of let you know. And again, back to that, it's important to us that we get this feedback from you guys first. I recognize that we can't do this without the permission of the board, and this is a little bit of a atypical situation. But we see it as a unique opportunity. These opportunities don't come along where stars, even 1 or 2 stars align. This one has a lot of stars that just out of the gate have aligned. So we want to, we need your help, and we would like to get some feedback before we start the process of putting together.
Thank you so much for A, trying to save the building, and B, joining us today so that we can talk through some things. Of course, we'll open it up to all of the commissioners. I'll kick it off with just asking why this particular site on East Worthington here.
Yeah, okay. Good question. So, I would say probably the biggest reason why this site makes sense is the 2 factors. One is there is a path, a physical path to get there that doesn't have buildings and large utility relocations in the way. With that, that window could change very rapidly. If the site, that Centrum Development is redeveloping the old gas station site, and that's been talent. We've seen a lot of iterations of that, but I think we all understand right now that market forces in South End are perpetuating a lot of big development. So physically, there is a easy path to get there. Second is that this is in line with the market factors that affect our site, being that we are a small site with previous, identified commercial uses that it can get to easily is a big challenge that would prevent it from, say, going to a site down the street that could be assembled into larger mixed-use development. Those market forces right now are again influencing and affecting people that are, assembling things to where it makes it cost prohibitive to save and to not do a tear down development of large scale, and especially in the south end. So does that answer that question?
It does. Before we go over to Commissioner Walker, I'll say that if you'll pull up the streetscape for East Worthington, please, Christy. If I have any challenge, it's the context of that particular street. I think that if it faced Cleveland, it would, we are looking at the two different streetscapes. It seems to fit really well on Cleveland, less so on East Worthington. And so that would be a challenge for me as one commissioner.
Gotcha. Just speaking a little bit to that, our site is only I believe it's 45, 50 feet wide. So it would not, to retain the original structure of the building, same as the previously adopted plan, the lot configuration, site setbacks, things of that are, pushing a building to have to face on Cleveland Avenue. So this would not be any different than that factor as the original approved COA plan, just because the lot's so narrow and we don't control or own any of the other historic sites down Worthington Avenue.
Sure. Okay. And when you say the sites are forcing it to face not Cleveland, but Worthington, is that it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize.
Commissioner Walker?
Thank you. I have one question. What is the difference between the height of your structure and the height of what was approved on that site?
Gotcha. Actually, so we are have that. We are at 34.2. Chris, you think we could pull up the yeah. We need to look into that clarifying, but just looking at the Zatwell surveys, we're at 34.2 for the Leaper Wyatt move. It looks like the previous plan was north of 31 at the top of the parapet. It looks like the ridge line of the previous Victorian house was it was below right around the 30 line.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, and I hope that that helps alleviate some of the concern that you brought up, Kim. It does definitely for me, but I would just like to say, as a former Historic Landmarks Commissioner and now Historic District Commission, I'm more than thrilled about the efforts you're making to do this. It first of all happens so infrequently in Charlotte, and to have everything line up the way it's lining up with the absence of wires in the way and all these other things, it's you could almost, this just never happens. And I also think that that structure itself serves as what we talk about needing in Dilworth oftentimes, and that is a transition from more residential to higher density. And that kind of structure there, I think, in my opinion, does serve that purpose. But I wish you a lot of luck with all of this, and we'll help as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, Jill.
Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, so this is a Charlotte landmark, like that's been certified. How old is this building?
It's built in 1903.
Okay, have you worked with the, what's the Dilworth group of the, there's a historic, we get letters every now and again from Dilworth that says we endorse this project or we don't.
Oh, the Dilworth Community Association.
Yeah.
Have you spoke with them yet?
Yes, we have. Not formally presented the plan. I think we'll keep them, but very early on in the process, we notified them that this was an opportunity with it.
And their
for-
temperature is pretty good, or they didn't kick you out?
Everyone has given a positive response so far. And I just want to, I want to caution everyone and that where we're not initially in this. We're investing due diligence dollars at this point to the tune of about $150,000 between both our organizations and the developer who's would be giving us the building. So, I think that's important to note that Southern Land Company is making a significant contribution here to help this situation in the tune of helping with those due diligence dollars. But the reason why I use the word caution is we feel like we need to take a very pragmatic approach before we get everyone's hopes up on this.
Yeah.
And that practical approach is fine. This opportunity doesn't come about much, so let's find the best possible folks, consultants, and professionals to help aid us and guide us through this. Let's take, let's really evaluate the structure and make sure that it can be moved structurally, and make sure that when it gets to our site, it has a structure where it can remain for hopefully the next 100 years, and things along those lines. And we also want to make sure that we can appropriately reimagine this building. It's really sat underutilized for a long period of time, to the point where it's starting to show some signs of blight and some of the issues of upkeep that come about with not taking care of it. That's not what we intend to do with this building. We intend to reimagine it to where it can remain and be an asset to both the Dilworth neighborhood, as well as something that everyone in South End goes to do or goes to visit. So those are all things that we talk about in our office. Is how with kind of being bestowed this responsibility or this opportunity, we want to talk through and be prudent about when we think through this process. So
Yeah, well, just real quick, because I know we're running out of time. Like, I agree with Kim, like, especially on face value, like, that image is very stark. But I believe that, getting the historic community on board, possibly the neighbors, the landmark commissions, the fact that this is, like, these are all, the stars next to the approval kind of deal, that this is something, it faces retail, across the street's a restaurant. Next to that is Jordan's old garage that's now a cigar bar. Like, it's not out of place being right there on the edge. And I think that's where this has all the caveats it needs to have. So your stars are aligned from my point of view, with that. So I think that it's something very viable and very exciting to move something like that. Good luck.
We have Jack Thompson with Landmarks has joined us if we wanted to.
Oh, perfect.
Look,
yeah, so
him real quick.
I was actually going to say, I'll make an intro to Jack. One of the parts of this process too would be amending the historic landmarks document. We don't have that permission yet. That's a process that both we have a conversation that's brewing as far as working with their staff, with historic district staff, to appropriately do that. But at some point, that permission, as we understand it, would have to be amended to allow for it to move with that. And in that part, I can kind of pass it off to Jack. And Jack, if you want to speak any more to that and this opportunity, please feel free.
Hi, Jack. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for the invitation. Glad to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. Historic Landmarks Commission staff would highly endorse this project, both to our commission, who would need to be a part of the decision making, but also eagerly move forward with amending the designation so that it continues to be recognized as an important historic building, even on its new location. I do understand that there could be some level of concern relative to the East Worthington Avenue facade frontages. I can recognize that what was there, what we see on Polaris with the little house that was removed, and the scale of the houses going down the avenue. I also recognize that the boundary for the district is at Cleveland. I would point out, though it falls outside of the district's boundary, what we can anticipate seeing across Cleveland Avenue from this site will be very likely gargantuan in scale. And if anything, perhaps the relocation of the Leeper Wyatt store to this corner will help with a diminishing transept from the larger size new development to the more modest turn of the century mercantile store, then onto the housing stock as well, for what that may be worth. We have had very encouraging conversations with both Mr. Rowe and his team, as well as the underlying developer of the existing site, who has some preservation background in their history. They've done some preservation projects in Denver out west. And so, you know, we have limitations just like y'all do, right, relative to demolition. One may ask why perhaps our revolving fund would not have been deployed on a project of this type. And you know, my answer is a pretty simple one. The land banking that Southern was able to do to have that larger scale footprint basically cut us out of any kind of transactional relationship possibility. So we would encourage the district's commission to throw their support behind this project. If you feel it's appropriate, we will. And thank you for the time to share.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
All right, do we have any other, before we close, commissioners, do we have anyone else who wants to say something that hasn't already been said? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
Commissioner Barth? All right.
Okay. Over, yes, sir. That's fine. You just say you're recusing. Yeah. You ready to get started?
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Okay. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the June 8th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:05 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Phil Goodwin, Jim Hayden, Chris Muirn, Chris Barth, Scott Whitlock, Krista Lineberger, and PJ Henningsen, who are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Jessica Heineman and Jill Walker.
If I may make one quick correction, Chris Barth and Jessica Hinman have not yet joined the meeting today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanek, Candice Leddy, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keach, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No cases proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone, and do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool, and please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by phone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and the HDC staff members. HD staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, thank you.
Okay, our first application is 255 West Park Avenue. And the application is for an addition and accessory building.
And before we get into that, let the
Yes.
record show that Commissioner Henningsen is recusing from this application.
Thank you. Applicant, if you would like to come up front. The proposed project is a rear addition, a new one-story accessory building. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter. And I am on slide 5.
Okay, Chris Barth. I'm the architect and applicant for the project. I believe the homeowner is on the line too. My address is 320 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Is applicant, are you planning to speak today? Homeowner?
Maura, are you on? She may just be listening.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll go ahead and continue and she can chime in if needed.
Okay.
So the existing house is in the Wilmore Historic District, as noted. It's on the corner of Southwood and West Park. It's a 1928 4-square house, and basically it's a postage stamp size footprint of a house. What the applicant would like to do is just get some modern features. There really isn't a designated master bedroom. All the bedrooms are on the upstairs with sort of very smaller bathrooms. I think there's only one bathroom upstairs, not really any closet space. So it's the desire of the applicant or the homeowner rather to add on a master bedroom addition to the top floor in conjunction with a more modern kitchen addition to the lower floor, both stacked on top of one another. I think the kitchen that is currently there was renovated at some point in sort of a poor manner. The other part of this application is obviously a garage accessory building towards the back. So here you're just looking at some existing photos of the house. It has some replacement, I believe it's aluminum siding. So, obviously this is not original. The windows and front doors do appear to be original. We're planning on keeping the majority of that, as you'll see as we progress through the application. If you want to go to the site plan, yeah. So you can see a little before and after of what we're dealing with. Obviously, the additions towards the back of the lot with some walking surface, driveway, accessory buildings out there as well. Part of this application, they would like to put in a pool. All of those calculations you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen come in just under the allowable impervious. There is one tree that we would like to save, as you can see towards the top of the site. Let's go to the next.
Chris, may I clarify, the pool is not part of this application. It is a future planned element.
I'd like to keep it in if we can, or you're saying,
I'm saying I didn't realize it was part of the application, because it was labeled as like a future planned pool.
Okay.
So,
can we review it as part of this application?
if the commission would like to, yes.
Okay, all right. So next, just some context. This image here, or this slide rather, is to give you all an idea of the existing footprints and massing of the houses adjacent. Can you go to the next? Before and after demolition plan on the left. Obviously, what's new is on the right. You can see the kitchen addition with new entryway. And the rest of the house on the main floor is pretty much the same. Next slide, please. This is the master bedroom addition on the second floor. Again, making that upstairs a little bit more modernized for the homeowner. Next slide. Roof plan. So the roof plan of this house basically follows the overall mass or the form of the body of the house. We thought that the addition would be best suited to follow that form as it follows the two-story element. Thus, we took the addition to sort of derive off of that roof line and go towards the rear. The accessory structure, just a simple two-car garage. And so this is the Southwood elevation. Top is existing, lower is new. There is an enclosed porch that was done at some point in the history of this house that we are proposing to absorb in part of the addition. You can see on the lower part of the image, there's a new entry porch from the rear yard, as well as you can see that new roof line coming from the old. The rear and front elevations, no real changes on the front. On the rear, you can see we've incorporated a Foursquare-esque or Queen Anne Victorian style bay window on the second floor, complete with wood brackets and some siding and panelized elements. The roof would match existing asphalt shingles. The lower secondary roofs would be either standing seam metal roof or something like that. Brick foundation to match as well. This is the interior facing elevation. Again, this is facing the neighbor, which is actually currently a vacant lot. Pretty straightforward on the garage. We have some bracket details. You'll notice that the right garage elevation was left free of windows. We have fenestration on basically 3 of the elevations on this garage. We didn't feel it was necessary to put windows facing a fence. So as you'll notice below, I have just a few examples of garages in a stone throw from this house where you see lack of fenestration on a number of sides. And then just a perspective rendering to give you an idea of massing what this addition would look like. Some section details, doors and windows. And the Zotwell Street survey was received a little late, but you can see its comparison with the Southwood streetscape. And I guess that's it.
All right, thank you, Chris. Do we have anyone wishing to speak for or against this?
We have two unknown callers on the phone. If you have called in, we are going to unmute you. If you would just say yes or no if you want to speak on this application, 255 West Park Avenue.
This is Mara Devaney, and no, I don't have anything to add.
Thanks, Maura. Other caller?
No, I'm just listening in.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, perfect. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant.
Christy, I think we did have 2 people signed up for this one.
I don't know if they're here. Okay,
I think Linda Clark Flick.
is Linda here?
Mhm.
Okay, okay. Linda
Yes, I
Clark.
am.
Hi, Linda. Is Don with you as well?
He's on his own computer.
Okay, great.
Um,
Well, we'll start with you.
Well,
Linda, have you been sworn in?
I apologize. No, I didn't realize that I was supposed to participate in that portion. So yes, I
Okay,
do affirm
okay,
that
well,
everything I tell
we'll
is the
have
truth.
you and Don be sworn in.
Okay, Linda and Don, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Feel free to proceed, Linda.
All right. I'm we have questions about setback rules, but Don will, the setback rules and as they apply to this property. I have concerns about the pool in terms of the water and runoff, but also related to that, the non-permeable area. Actually, that all is less important. The most important thing is in discussion with the neighbor to, I guess it would be to the left on Park Avenue. She's, Miss Allen is working today and not able to participate with us, but she, in looking at the drawings, particularly, let me pull that up here. It just disappeared for me. The drawing with the 2 properties side, but well, it's the one that's right there. You can see he's got a 3-foot setback to the garage on the right-hand side of the drawing and a 4-foot setback on the top. And that's where our property is, right up there. That's our side yard. Miss Allen has this property that runs parallel to the left side of the property. And she reminded me that when the chain link fence was installed, which I believe is the one that's pictured running along the property, was installed, it was installed by Mr. Allen 5 feet back from the property line. And if you take a look at that short dotted fence line that runs between the back corner of the current property and Miss Allen's property. No, the no, the back of the house. Back of the house. Correct.
Okay.
That line, there is a wooden fence there, and there's a central post that marks the edge of the property line. And that fence, let's say it's 10 or 12 feet. If you run a central line back, that's going to be, the garage will be over the property line. And technically, the shed currently is over the property line. And Mr. Allen installed that with the knowledge of the neighbor at the time that it was over the property line, and he was doing that as a good neighbor to allow him some room to move around. But that there was a 5-foot buffer when he set up that chain link fence. There was a 5-foot buffer that he was allowing his neighbor before the chain link fence. In addition, closer to the street, not shown on these pictures, but most likely shown on some of the photographs. On the left of the 255, there's a there's a row of shrubs. Those are also included in Miss Allen's property. Just out of view on the central, yes, yes, correct. And she wanted to make sure that that had been discussed. She said that she was going to attempt to email Miss Cindy this morning. I don't know if she did. But one of the biggest, that's a very big concern, and she wanted to ask that she be approached by the owner and perhaps the architect and have a discussion about that 5 foot of property that it spurs all the way back. Because it certainly shouldn't be built on without some compensation of some sort. Um, I was concerned about the general non-permeableness of the yard. We already have problems with, since it's a downward slope, we already have problems with excess water coming into our yard, with the concrete pad and shed right there that's going to flow right into our yard and affect our plantings and potentially our wanted to ask if that was going to be addressed at all. That is less perhaps of a historic district issue, but and I'm also not clear about that bay window, whether or not it's going to be looking directly into our bedroom window. And if there's anything that can be done about that. Lastly, they've discussed removing the tree in the middle of the yard. That tree, on the right side at least, extends all the way to the fence line on Southwood. The branches do. In addition, there is a tree much closer. Perhaps it's the one that they have circled there on the backside of the property line, but it's actually much closer to the upper right-hand corner of the fence. It's a 2.5 diameter. I mean, open arms. So from side to side, it's at least 2.5 feet. It's a huge tree. It is a willow oak, but I don't know how, looking at that corner, how they will possibly take care of that tree prevent it from dying if they're covering it all up with concrete. Um, um, that tree's been there a long time as well. The tree in the middle of the yard is a pecan, if that's of interest to the commission. Also, directly behind the pecan tree, along the fence line, there is a kind of been trimmed many times, so it's got branches going many directions, a ligustrum or privet tree, which provides a shade and probably more importantly, privacy. And it's certainly more than 4 feet back from the fence on their side. And again, it's a privacy question, privacy issue, greenery. I recognize it's their property, but you know, is there anything that's going to be done to address that? Those are my questions. Let's see if I had any others here. Just quickly.
Linda, this is Christy. I forgot to ask you to state your name and your address for the court reporter. If you could do that
I
before,
apologize.
as you wrap up.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. My name is Linda Clark Flick, and my address is 1615 Southwood Avenue. And the Miss Allen's property is the address there is 247 West Park.
Linda, does your husband Don wish to speak as well?
I believe so. Don, are you on? Don?
I've been on mute. They just unmuted me. So yes, I do want to speak.
Hi, Don, and just confirming you were just sworn in with Linda a few minutes ago.
I was, yes, I was on mute, but I did follow through
Thank
that.
you. Don, if you would just start and state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you may make your comments.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Don Flick, and I live at 1615 Southwood Avenue, right downhill from this project. And I did want to start by saying, you know, we're very much in support of the project. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful house. We just, you know, in the course of the project, wanted to address a few minor concerns, and you know, are here as a resource to help if needed. A couple of comments I wanted to make is just like confirming what the setbacks are for garages. My understanding is in the R5 zoning district, it's 5 feet for buildings. I wasn't able to find, you know, where the setbacks are for garages, which, you know, might allow for a little bit more of the, you know, greenery that's existing along that fence line to remain, to address Linda's concerns about privacy. And also, you know, just wanted to see if, you know, addressing her concerns about impervious area is, you know, perhaps some of the, you know, paving could be like a pervious concrete or pavers or something to just, you know, let a little bit more of the runoff to soak into the groundwater table. You know, overall, I think it's a gorgeous project, and, you know, very familiar with Meyer Greason, Paul, and Benson, and, you know, look forward to seeing the finished project. I know they'll detail it out very nicely. So overall, I think those were my only comments. Oh, the other thing was the fence. It looks like a very nice design of the fence going down along Southwood, but then currently, you know, that fence returns back along our property line in the same style, I think, just like a vertical plank. And I think it would look nicer, you know, if you're coming up Southwood toward this property and passing our property, that outside corner of the fence would currently, you know, as designed here, would show a transition from the fence that the applicant is showing to the existing fence And I think it would be great if we could return that fence back to, along that property line. And I would be more than willing to discuss participating in the cost of that.
Okay,
Those are all my comments. So thank you.
thank you, Don. All right, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, hi, thank you. It looks like a lot of issues that had cropped up from the previous iteration that we did not have time to view were taken care of, which is nice. I would like to go back to the tree that's in that far corner that one of the neighbors just discussed, and ask if there's a more specific tree protection plan in place than what has been included in the application.
Not other than, let's see, what do I say? The intent here was that we would put a protective fence up and work with the builder on this around, I think it was a 6-foot diameter fence with regard to typical standards to protect the tree root system. In construction of the garage and the other site elements, the driveway construction would then come later. Obviously, to get a functional drive in there and turn around for the garage, we kind of had to encroach into that area a little bit. So the intent was that this would be done delicately. Now, speaking to Jill's comment as well as the caller's comments, I have been in discussion with the homeowner on this particular driveway, whether it's concrete or some sort of impermeable surface. They are open to the drive there being permeable, rather.
Okay, yeah, because I personally would think that the application needs a much more specific tree protection plan. And I'm not sure just that a 6-foot fence would be adequate considering the size of that tree. And as you said, the concrete is close up to the tree itself. I can't imagine how that would be an appropriate way to cover the ground next to such a large tree, but I guess you'll revisit that and see what you can come up with. Couple other questions. I guess when you did the impervious calculations, you included the pool in those, Chris?
Correct.
You did. And then what is the pool equipment where it says that I don't have the page where it says, oh yeah, maybe that's it right there, but what does that mean on the side of the?
Yeah, that's just where the pumps, filters, and such would go. For
So is that a shed or something?
Well, yeah, I imagine it would. We haven't really explored that too much. The pool was kind of just to add on.
So that would have to be included in the impervious calculations as well, I would imagine?
Likely.
Okay. Yeah, I think the impervious calculations are another area that I'm concerned about because you're so close to the edge and there are some issues like the pool equipment house that would certainly put you over the allowable calculation. So you might want to just look at those and see what you can tweak.
Understood. Yeah, while we're there, I would mention or like to mention that, as stated previously, we would definitely be open to looking at that drive being pervious. And then one of the things that we were trying to achieve was maintaining that tree and hoping to keep it, speaking to what the caller mentioned, and keeping that privacy and the tree canopy. So that was the intent rather than having to replace. We are replacing the one tree that is being removed for the garage.
Mm-hmm. Then, sticking with trees for just one more minute, if you'll indulge me. The property adjacent has, I believe, I have the picture and I can't access it right now because I'm all thumbs. But the property adjacent to this has, I think it was a at least two fairly sized mature trees right on the property line, which looks like they would then be 3 feet from the pool, which is a fairly deep dig out. And so I'm concerned about the health of those trees and what should be done or can be done to protect those trees whose roots, I'm sure, go underneath your property line.
There was no consideration for any mature trees other than the trees within the applicant's property. I don't know, frankly, that we have access to that, though we probably could make some assumptions there with some other investigative research.
Yeah, because you are 3 feet from the property line right there, is that right?
With the accessory structure, we are, yeah, which would just be a spread footing. The pool is 5 feet from the property line.
Okay.
And again, I don't know where these trees that you're speaking of, Jill, I don't know where they are in relation to.
They're literally on the other side of the property line.
Yeah, but as far as its adjacency to these site features,
Yeah, okay.
without
Well,
locating those.
all right, and then the accessory building, I know the one wall that there's one wall that's blank. I think it's the right elevation. Yeah. So that would be the elevation that faces your neighbor, neighbor's
The
property?
neighbor to the rear of the lot, yes.
Yeah, and yeah, I just wonder if there might be a way to just make that a little bit more user-friendly.
There could be. We didn't see much need for it, as I mentioned, because it stares directly at a 6-foot fence, privacy fence. Rather close fence too. I believe it's inside the property line. And we have no intention of moving the fence, at least not at this point. And, you know, I've seen plenty of garages in this district and others where, especially for a one-story structure, where we have blank walls of just siding, have several, say 3 pictures below to indicate that on historic structures, or what I have made assumptions are historic structures. They look pretty old. So rather than, you know, going through the expense of, you know, putting windows all over a garage that's for utility use, we had intended just to leave that wall blank unless it doesn't meet the preference of this commission.
Okay, one other question, then I'll move out of the way. Can you explain to me what that means where it says wood deck over coping? I don't have that page, but
So coping is the edge of the pool. You can actually see the inspiration images to the left is what we intended. The precast concrete looking material in those images would be the coping. The wood deck would just be open to the ground below. It's just
Okay.
above the
that's all.
surface of the yard, would just go over that.
Thank you. I'll move out of the way.
Do you have additional questions, Commissioner Walker?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said I'm done for now. I'll just step aside and let someone else ask some.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Chris, one of my challenges is that the roof of the addition ties into the roof of the original house. And of course, we want to differentiate the old from the new. And I know you have insets on both sides. Will you, it's a cause for concern. So could you just speak to it, please?
Yes. Because the form of the addition, what you see on these 4 square homes, is also 2 stories, rather than flattening that roof line and making the mass of the addition seem more box-like, we decided to go with a comparative roof form on the addition compared to the historic house. Furthermore, on one side, I believe we do come into the historic roof line setback from the edge of the historic roof line. The ridge, if it would be appropriate for this commission, the ridge cap we don't see as being an issue. I believe the roof would essentially be either sealed or mechanically vented.
Okay. All right, any other questions before we close? Commissioner Lineberger? Commissioner Whitlock? Commissioner Hayden?
No.
Commissioner Goodwin? Commissioner Muir? I'm going to take it that Commissioner Heineman, do you have anything to add or questions?
Commissioner Hyman is not part of the meeting.
This is correct. Thank you. All right. Well, why don't we close for deliberation? Commissioner Walker, why don't you kick us off in discussion?
With what you brought up, Kim, and that's the absence of a transition from old to new in the roof line.
Yeah.
I think the nod to it with the moving in of this, moving in the addition vertically was done, but the roof line continuation being consistent with the original house, I'm not sure that follows our guidelines.
Right, and the materials are the same, and I think it would be difficult to see this as a new addition as opposed to just part of the original house. I'm going to defer to our architects and builders. Commissioner Murin, how do you feel about that? What are your thoughts on the roof line continuing, even though there are insets on both sides?
Yeah, I understand where y'all are coming from. I'm trying to find something in the guidelines that says that. And that's where, like, on roofs, it talks about using what's nearby. And since it looks like he's keeping in the pitch of what's on the house, that would support that. So I'm just looking through additions now to see. So could you circle back around?
Sure.
Somebody else find something?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Walker.
Well, I think our 6.20 number 5.
Will you read that, please?
It says, maintain the existing roof pitch. Roof lines for new additions should be secondary to those of the existing structure.
So then what do we say? Just playing, the counterpoint. Well, we've had ridges that have gone up, that are not secondary. How is, in my opinion, it's still a change, a line of demarcation, if you will. Yeah,
Sorry.
Commissioner Muir.
Sorry, to continue on that. I mean, I think if you go to the side elevation, Christie, on sheet 14 of this packet, I'm not sure there. So if that back roof comes down, I think we're just going to start getting into issues with those back windows, keeping the same heights and everything true across the house.
Oh, yeah, it would definitely affect everything, but
Yeah. So is it more important to keep the windows uniform or the roof line less proud? I mean, I'm sure he's got, not knowing these drawings, maybe 6, 8 inches to bring it down. Is that going to make that big of a difference?
well, so not designing it, because that's not why we're here. Help me with this one, Commissioner Murin. We are looking, where's the guideline? Just a moment. It is 7, number 6, chapter 7, number 6. Make sure that the design of a new addition is compatible with the existing building. The new work should be differentiated from the old while being compatible with its massing, form, scale, directional expression, roof forms and materials, foundation, fenestration, and materials. So again, outside of insetting both the right and left elevation, how is this addition differentiated from the old?
I hear you on that. I like that one a lot for other buildings too. So I think what he's done in plan, and I definitely see where you're coming from. I don't know, when we start asking, we start tweaking that back, the windows are gonna get funky.
Yeah, but that's not our concern. He's a gifted architect. He can figure it out. Like our
Not, yes, I understand where you're coming from, but the horizontal datums of what the established, I mean, at that point, I guess you're proving, I apologize, 7.6, even more, where you
yeah.
can see the difference between the old and the new, because it's a different new window style, because it will be shorter when that roof line comes down. That's all I'm trying to.
Yeah, because when you look at it now with your professional eye, does it look like an addition or does it look like it was part of the original house?
No, I think it's part of the original house. I mean, and that's where I don't know if it's going back to the one we talked, or I guess that's more in new builds, what I found with keeping the intended slope. I mean, if that slope comes down, 1 in 12, he's still going to have what he needs for asphalt shingles, but it's going to make that smaller.
Yeah, it's going to
So
be
I
a
don't know if that
challenge.
tweaks something else that I'm not looking at a different chapter to say to move traditional roof pitch, but in that stint, everything else can kind of change, or everything else can stay the same, excuse me, as far as windows.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a beautiful project. Our charge is to show a differentiation between old and new. Commissioner Lineberger?
I'm struggling with this because I think it's a very sensitive addition, and I clearly see it differentiated on the vertical. And when you go back to our guidelines that say that, I mean, if you took out just that roof detail part of the standards, to me, it is differentiated, and it's a very sensitive addition.
Will you share with us how it's differentiated outside of the insets?
Well, that's the main way it's differentiated, is that it's inset, and you could take off the addition. You could take off and remove the addition and clearly see the original structure.
Which speaks to one of our standards, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I agree with Commissioner Murn on when you do, if we did charge him with going back and restudying this roof line, how that affects the rest of the design, and with the rest of it, the windows, would it not be as sensitive?
Do you think it's worth seeing?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Whitlock, what say you, sir?
Well, I agree in large part with Commissioner Lineberger, and I do think it's well done. I think the historic character of what I see is there, and I think that's got to be an important part of what we're doing, and I think it's differentiated. Not something you can pick up on readily. I think if someone stands and studies it, they would realize it's not jumping out like some do. But I would have a hard time. I mean, yeah, I agree. A creative architect could come up with some alternatives, and whether they would be preferable, I couldn't say.
Right, well, because we don't see it. We don't have it before us, yeah. Yeah, Commissioner Hayden.
My comments will be pretty much the same as the others. Yeah, I mean, I do look at that elevation right there, the proposed elevation on that side, and I look at the lower level of the addition, and there are smaller windows than are found other places on the elevations there, and wonder whether or not those same size windows might be moved to the upper level, and allow the roof to come down a little bit and still have the same similar fenestration and the same window placements and sizes in the addition part of it. But I also think that there is differentiation. Yes, this isn't the traditional roof separation that we seek, but I think the fact that there are insets and the existing structure is very evident where it is and where the addition is. I could let it go.
Okay, I think that, I know the applicant wants to speak, so why don't we open up? Chris?
If I could just provide a few words, we don't see a lot of two-story homes in our districts. Certainly there are those. A lot of additions tend to come off in this fashion. I will say, being an American Foursquare, it is a rather simple design, and that was the intent of the addition. On the existing house, we have, one window per room on an elevation that's mimicked across the addition as well. Same thing with the roof lines. The other thing I will say is that we have 8'6" ceiling height in the on the second floor there. So if we were to bring either down the roof line or drop, the roof of the addition, we are encroaching on that just modern, comfortable feel of the headspace in the addition, as well as, if we change the pitch, just go into the options. I know you don't see those, but if we change the pitch, I'm just worried that it would be a departure of that simplistic form and simple roof line or roof form that we see on the historic house as it relates to the addition.
When you worked on this, did you do different iterations of it where the roof line was differentiated from the historic one?
We played with it a little bit, but they just weren't looking right, at least in our opinions.
Okay.
If I may, one thing we've done in the past to resolve this, and we're still open, right? I don't know if it'll work.
We
here.
are open, yeah.
Just dropping the ridge 6 inches to
Mhm.
provide that differentiation. It doesn't drop, it doesn't affect windows or pitch or anything. It's just you're dropping that ridge like 6 inches to give that a little bit of a visual offset.
Would that be something you'd be open to, Chris?
We would. I am concerned, again, on this particular elevation, we have the differentiation between that vertical element where just to the left where Christie's cursor is, the existing vertical element right there. We do have the differentiation in the roof line there. When you turn the corner, the roof slope is seamless. Go to the left side. The roof transition is seamless between the historic and the new, which I know we have done on projects before. If we do drop that ridge, it would create sort of a weird sliver of a connection between the two, which I think becomes awkward, waterproofing issues, visual issues.
So Chris brings up a good point. Will you remind me, Christy, of another project where we have had an addition where it was continuous, the roof line was continuous?
I think there was one in Wesley Heights a few months ago.
I think there was one a few months ago, and the requirement, it was in Wesley Heights, and the requirement was that you pulled the ridge vent off of the connection, so that prevented that visibility. I believe it was on Grandin. It was a Shelley Hughes project. I can't remember the exact address. I'm so sorry.
And just to clarify, since we do have aligned ridge lines, we would not do ridge vents on this project.
Okay. Anyone have any other questions for Chris before we close? Yeah,
I would reiterate that I think that dropping it would not be very functional.
okay.
I'm not even sure how you would flash that, but you could, but like you said, I think it would not look right. Not in this particular case.
Okay. Well, why don't we reclose, and then I'll follow up Commissioner Goodwin with the question that of the moment. Does this look like an addition or part of the original house to you?
I believe that there's enough of a transition in the vertical elements, and that's the majority of where the transition occurs. And so I think I'm going to echo the sentiment of some of the others and say that the roof form, it's very sensitively designed, it's functional, and in this particular case, I think it's acceptable.
Okay. And Commissioner Murin?
Cool. That sounds good.
All right.
Commissioner Walker has her hand up.
Yep, Commissioner Walker?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just had a question for you, Chris. I couldn't find it
Well,
anywhere.
wait, why don't we reopen?
Yeah, I had my hand up for a while, sorry.
No problem. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. So now that we have reopened, Commissioner Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, just one quick question. I couldn't see where differentiation was between the original square footage of the original home and then the total square footage with the addition.
Christy, hello, Christy, if you could go to my floor plan right there. Yes. Could you go to the next one, maybe? I have it. Obviously, I don't have my computer in front of me, so I apologize. I should have broken that out in new and old, but I can get that information over.
Yeah, everyone says that. None of them say the new. I've gone to every page.
Okay, yeah, I apologize. That information should have been on here.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so we will reclose. Oh, no, we will reopen. Commissioner Goodwin.
A question for Chris. Have you been able to find this wonderful 3/4 inch cementitious siding? I know you mentioned Boral. Is that available?
The intent was, now that Hardy has discontinued their artisan line, the intent was to go with a product of similar quality. Obviously, working with the builder, in pricing and that sort of thing, we haven't selected the exact product yet, but I can certainly send samples and specifications.
Perfect. Because we have not used Boral yet? Okay. So it will be a first for us. And usually when it's a first, we get to touch and feel it. All right. Why don't we reclose? Right? Okay, we can reclose. What about the fenestration on, I just want to pull up something that staff brought up. I think it's worth noting. The fenestration on the rear and left elevation of the addition. Did anyone have any heartburn or challenges with that? Let's see, what page is that?
Slide 15 is the rear elevation and slide 16 is the left elevation.
Okay. Commissioner Walker, why don't we start with you? Ma'am, any challenges with that? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I continue to look at the addition. I mean, the accessory building. I didn't spend too much time focusing on the fenestration in the rear of the building, and
We'll give you a moment. Commissioner
Yeah.
Goodwin?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin, your thoughts, sir? On the, okay. Anyone disagree with Commissioner Goodwin? Yeah,
Are we talking
no,
about the
the addition itself.
on the addition itself?
Mhm. What do you think of that, Commissioner Lineberger?
I'm okay. I don't have any issues with the fenestration.
So looking at the rear elevation, we have the double gang windows that are abutting right at the edge. And not far from that, we have the triple gang windows that are a little smaller. It seems as though, and I'd love to hear from the builders and the architects on this one, that the rhythm of that is that the rhythm of that is off. I'm looking at slide 15 to start. Yes, Commissioner Murin, thank you.
I mean, I think for me, part of it is the new addition, and so what we talked about, it looks like they're the heights for a seating nook, and the smaller ones are for the countertop. So I think it's a function of what's in the house, the fact that it's on the back corner and internalized and off of the, on the left elevation on slide 16, it's not on that predominant face of the building. It's stepped back quite a ways and back into the site. That I think it's okay. And it's bad terminology, but it is what it is because there's counters there. And
Yeah, but that's not, so the function on the inside isn't it is how it looks on the outside. So as an architect.
Form follows function.
Huh?
Form follows function. I hear what you're saying. Yes, I don't have a problem because it's off of the main historical part of the house. It's part of the addition. And
Okay.
it's away from the back, or it's away and has already been distinguished as the part of the new addition.
Okay.
To me, use doesn't matter, but what's back there and how that works.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Goodwin, you, sir?
Yeah, I agree with that, in that it's set back, and then also those windows appear to be the same size as the windows on the historic structure of the very front.
Okay. Anyone feel differently about that? Or could we move on? All right. So it sounds like, let me ask, are there any challenges, issues, concerns that have not been discussed? Yes, Commissioner Lineberger.
I just wanted to, it's a minor detail probably, but the existing foundation had been painted, I'm sure before it was a historic district. So we didn't address that. I guess, trying to remember if we had a similar situation, have we allowed in a situation like this for the addition to be painted also?
Why don't we
No.
ask Christie?
We have not.
No,
And this would not count as unifying disparate parts?
no.
Okay. And
It's a product of their own making.
so the standards are pretty clear on that one. And Commissioner Walker started to talk about the permeable, impermeable calculations and the fact that there's some information that, like where the pool equipment is stored, like there's some missing pieces. So, who thinks that needs to be included, the pool needs to be included in this motion? Or should we see that when we have all the information? Yes, Commissioner Murin, thank you.
Wasn't it a request by the applicant? So it would be a continuation for more information? I mean, there,
I think since it wasn't a part of this package, depending on where you all are going, and it sounds like you don't have any problems with this. So it sounds like you're heading towards some form of approval, right? That's what it sounds like. So if that's the case, then we wouldn't want to hold up the project because of the poll.
I would.
You would like to hold up the
Except-
project?
Yeah.
Except
Just
that
a
one,
moment, Commissioner Walker. Yes,
I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Hayden?
Since the impervious surface calculations are so tight, and I don't believe that, if I'm mistaken, I don't believe that the pool equipment area was calculated. That can swing it one way or the other, as far as I'm concerned. We're also being told that the driveway may or may not be impervious. To me, that is an issue that needs to be resolved before we say yes to this project.
So you don't think we can separate?
Either that, or we're not approving the pool.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything
Yeah.
with that, and that, where the assumption would be it's pervious surface, to allow everything to be okay. But at this point, I mean, he's asked us to consider the pool. If we're being asked to consider the pool, then we need more information.
Right, so my thought is that if everyone's okay with everything else, that we separate the pool from this so that the other part of the application isn't held up, and then they'd have to come back for the pool. Thoughts? Yes, Christy, thank you.
We frequently approve pools. If you're okay with it in concept, you
Yep.
can do it a condition and say, accurate rear yard calculations, including the pool equipment, need to go to staff. If it does not meet the 50%, it'll come back to the commission.
How do you all feel about that? Sounds good? All right, thank you, Christy. All right, Commissioner Walker.
I thought that we also were going to need to see a sample of the boral that we've never seen before. Is that appropriate to go to staff, or does that need to come before the commission?
Yeah.
Needs to come to y'all.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Walker. So it sounds like I think we've discussed this too ad nauseum, so it's time for a motion, right? So, Commissioner Walker, do you feel confident leading us in a motion?
I could give it a stab.
It's a team effort.
I move that we continue this application for the following reasons. You know, I'm kind of coming down with COVID. Can somebody else take this over?
Sure, thank you. Commissioner Murin, mind taking this one for us, sir?
yeah, we'll try this. So I would like to make a motion for continuation under the following points. One being more information needed for the pool and impervious area calculations, a better tree plan save initiative like we've seen in the past for the tree that is to remain in close proximity to new construction. The addressing of the pool and pool equipment, that might have been in the other one, and a boral material to be provided.
All right, why don't we add some standards to that? So as far as materials go, that's 6.15, number 2. And if some of you all can jump in, look at your standards and help, that would be wonderful. Will you restate the points so that we can all,
Landscaping and yards, 8.4. would be
thank
the
you, Christy.
Mhm. So you had the materials, 6.15, number 2, landscaping and yards, 8.4, which is the rear yard open space calculations for the pool and pool equipment. And then the tree protection plan would be trees, which is
8.5.
8.5.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Mhm.
All right. Should we restate that? Okay, so it's,
I'll accept all those.
okay, thank you.
If I need to say it again.
No, it's okay.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Thank you so much. Motion made by Commissioner Murin. Any discussion of the motion? All right, why don't we vote? Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Chris. All right. I could use a 5-minute break, actually, please.
Okay,
Thanks.
sure.
All right.
I will let everyone on the other end, we're taking a 5-minute break. We will resume with application number 2 and then move into the consent agenda. And the consent agenda items should move pretty quickly. Thank you.
Thanks, Christy.
Okay, we are back, and we're resuming with 808 Woodruff Place. Jessica Hinman, are you with us? And have you been sworn in?
I am. I do need you to swear me in.
Okay, and I'd like to note for the record that Commissioner Barth has joined the meeting.
All right.
And PJ has rejoined the meeting as well.
All right. Jessica, if you'll raise your right hand and respond I do to the following questions. Question: do you affirm that the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Sorry, I was muted. I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this next application is for an addition on a small shed dormer on the front elevation. And I believe, I didn't write it in the proposal, but I believe there's also the addition of a small pergola on the front elevation as well. And that's shown on slide 4. The commission approved a rear addition on this house about a year ago. So the applicants have made design changes on the front elevation and are back for those. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Jessica, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure. Jessica Heinman, 720 East Tremont Avenue, 28203.
And I'm on slide 4. Just let me know if you'd like to start here or somewhere else.
Sure. No, this is great. This is a small little application. We have this beautiful cottage on Woodruff. This was approved for a rear addition about a year ago. It's on a sloping lot, and so the addition was able to stay kind of low and below the ridge line of the main house. Life has happened for all of us, particularly these last 3 years, and we are looking at different ways to phase this project and what the priorities might be. And having a sort of a front porch room is really a priority for this project. And so really the first thing we would like to do in phasing this project is create this space on the front porch and make one of the existing small bedrooms upstairs a little bit more livable for this family. The existing bedrooms upstairs are really tight. So what we're requesting in this application is this small shed dormer. There are a lot of this style of cottage in the context in Wesley Heights, and walking around, many of them have these small shed dormers, and it feels like a contextual and kind of minimal intervention in order to get some decent space that's going to make that bedroom a lot more usable. And we're proposing that we would like to put a pergola that sort of sits independently and rests lightly on the house, to define kind of a front porch space in a manner that is stylistically consistent with the small cottage, but also it stays off of the house in a way to preserve the house itself, the historic structure itself. There's one more element that I would love to just get some clarification on from our previous approval, because we were confused about it, which is on the right side elevation, which appears to be 6, Christy. We had, if you can scroll down, we had some discussion in the meeting when we were approved about a year ago about this small window kind of in the middle of the house and that small gable on the main level. And we were really not clear in the approval whether the window was approved to be centered in that space or whether it was approved with the asymmetric offset and the shutter. And so if we can get some clarification on that today, that would be incredibly helpful to us, so that we can be sure to meet compliance with the COA when we are prepared to move forward with that part of the project. That's basically everything.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. Christy, do we have anyone on the line? No. All right. Commissioners, questions of the applicant? Commissioner Henningsen.
Christy, can we go to the left side elevation? Perfect.
Jessica, I just want to confirm that on the addition, you're not losing the original corners at the rear of the building, the original rear corners of the building.
We've already approved the rear addition.
Oh, okay.
We are just looking at the
Dormer.
the shed dormer at the little pergola over an open porch.
Okay.
And she was asking for clarification on this window here.
Got it.
And if it needed to be centered or if it could be off-centered with the shutter.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Any other questions before we close? Commissioner Hayden?
Well, my question is, the small window on the right side, whether the shutter it's off center, and you said there's some confusion as to what we approved. I don't.
Oh, sure. Sure, yeah, I can go into more detail on that. We had our preference would be for this asymmetric balance, the offset with the shutter. It's a pattern in this cottage language that I think is incredibly charming. And we would love to continue that pattern. In the staff notes for our review about a year ago, staff had asked us to show what it would look like with that window centered. And so we showed it. And in the discussion and deliberation, I think we went back and forth about it. But we, as the applicant, we were not sure where we landed on that. And we just want to make sure that we're compliant. In a perfect world, our preference is for the offset window with the shutter.
Thank you.
All right. Why don't we close for deliberation?
This is mine.
Commissioner Hayden, why don't you lead us in discussion?
Well, from my perspective, I have no problems with any of the requested changes or additions. And I'm wondering if the architects who have a better eye for such things do.
Commissioner Barth?
Love the offset window as
No, it's not that. That's not part of the application. Just to reiterate, the application is the dormer in front.
the dormer.
And the pergola.
Okay.
Is it the pergola too? Over the patio.
And I can clarify what was approved per the minutes from July. The addendum drawings were approved and the addendum drawings are the one that show the centered window.
One more time.
The addendum drawings were approved in July and the addendum drawings show the centered window.
Okay. All right. Why don't we open up? Jessica, are you clear now on that?
I am. We had provided the addendum drawings per the staff notes request, and Christy, I think that's a closed issue now, correct? I don't know that we need to actually go into it.
I mean, I think if you're asking for approval of a redesign, like.
I understand. I mean, if the commission finds it appropriate, our preference would be the offset balanced window with the shutter.
Okay. So we're going to add that to the application. All right. So we will reclose. Commissioner Barth.
For reference, I'm good with the offset window only if it has since it has a shutter, I think it has precedent here, especially for the style of home, as the applicant mentioned. As for the covered structure to the front of the house, it does, especially on this elevation, it does seem a little deep, but if I'm not mistaken, that is the depth, for a front of house feature. I don't know if anyone else feels that way. Other than that, I'm fine with the front dormer as well.
For me, the pergola is so easily removable. I don't know. I didn't have a challenge with it. And it's covering the depth of the existing porch. Yes. Christy?
So if you'll look, this is the original house on the top of slide 6, and it had steps. the addition of an open patio was added as part of the last application that was approved by the commission, in line with what we often see on these Tudor small houses. And so the patio is a new element that the commission approved. And then now they're asking for the addition of this little pergola element on top of the approved patio.
So then I'll kick it over to you, Commissioner Murin. What are your thoughts?
Christy, do we have any of those approved within this neck of the woods?
We've done pergolas like this in the past on the front.
Yeah, I mean,
Simply applying like the Secretary of the Interior standards for reversibility.
yep. Okay, that works for me. I mean, I think that's great then, because I think it also builds a lot of stuff we talk about with, you know, walling in front windows, that we're taking away that presence to the street, and this is encouraging that presence to the street and neighborhood. So that all sounds good to me.
Okay. Do we have any dissenting views? Going once, going twice? And we're going to close in case I did not say that. Okay, Commissioner Hayden?
Not hearing a lot of negativity here. I'm prepared to make a motion to approve, as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the guidelines and standards for additions, Chapter 6, and that minor revisions may be reviewed by staff.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Walker. Thank you, Commissioner Walker.
If you could just specify the elements that you're approving are the dormer, the pergola, and the offset window with the shutter.
Specific elements that we are approving are the front dormer, the pergola, and the offset window on the right side with the shutter.
And what standards are you citing, Commissioner Hayden?
Chapter 6.
I think we should include 2.5 for good measure.
Ian?
All right. Commissioner Walker, still good with seconding that?
Second.
All
Sure.
right. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay. Let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. PJ, Commissioner Henningsen is recusing for the next application, which is 305 West Park Avenue. This is the start of the consent agenda. It is for an addition of solar panels. The reason it's before the commission, not because they're making changes to the front, but given the visibility from Southwood. So the solar panels are going to go on this existing dormer location and the rear slope of the roof at the back. There are pictures included showing kind of where the solar panels are going to go, here and here. And that's it. So if a member of the public wishes to speak for or against the project, or if a commissioner wishes to hear this project in full, or has questions, we can take it off the consent agenda. But other than that, it is back to you, Kim, and I should mention that Commissioner Hinman has also joined the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So do we have any objection to this item remaining on the consent agenda?
We do not have any from the public.
Thank you. Okay, and we don't have anything from this body, so why don't we close and make a motion? Let's see. Commissioner Barth, will you make this one? I'll give you a moment.
Is this worth
This is-
tabling, or is this just a standard motion?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's on, check the memo. Here, I can pull it up for you. It's right here on the screen. So the staff recommendation is that it's not incongruous with the district. It meets the standards for roofs, 4.5, number 6, additions, chapter 6, and guidelines for private sites, page 8.9, number 1.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the district and meets standards for rehabilitation of building elements, roofs, page 4.5, number 6, additions, chapter 6, and guidelines for private sites, I can't say that word, bench, whatever, page 8.9 and 1.
Okay. All right. So motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-0. Let the record show Commissioner Henningsen has returned.
All right, our next application is also a consent agenda project, and it is 219 Dilworth Road East. The project is for a porch expansion and small rear addition. Show you, it's easiest to see on the plans. So this is existing, and here's proposed. So they're just extending this porch this way and capturing a little bit of heated square footage right here. The only reason it's before the commission is because it is a corner lot and visible from the street. With that, staff is recommending approval as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new construction, chapter 6.
All right. Do we have anyone on the line? Commissioners, any objections to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, well, why don't we close and make a motion? Commissioner Lineberger, why don't you take this one?
I make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for additions and new construction, chapter 6.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. All right, any discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Walker? We can't hear you.
I know.
Okay, now we can.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 10-0. All right.
Okay.
Okay, let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen is recusing.
After this, we only have one more he'll recuse for. Okay, this next application is also on the consent agenda. It is 304 West 10th Street. It is a townhome in 4th Ward. You can see it right here on slide number 3. And the project is for a rooftop addition, but all you will see from the street is the railing. And so this is also, they provided information in the supplement, and they did a little sketch up showing that all you're going to see is the little railing and nothing behind it. See, back to, where are we at? Oh. Hold on. Okay, there we go. And you can see that the plans here are just to add a stair access in the very middle. The railing is for safety on the front. And this is behind an existing chimney. There are a few questions about materials from staff. As outlined in the staff recommendation, that it does meet the standards, but we request that you add the condition that they work with staff on materials and details for the addition, including window and door specifications that meet HDC standards.
All right, thank you, Christy. Anyone on the line?
No.
Okay, commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, well then let's close and make a motion. Commissioner Murin, if you'll take this one, sir.
Yep, I would like to make a motion to approve this as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6, and that the applicant work with staff on materials and details for the addition, including windows and door specs that meet HDC standards.
All right, thank you, sir. Motion
Second.
made by Commissioner Murin, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. And let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen is back.
Okay, and this is our last item on the consent agenda. This is 1712 Merriman Avenue. And it is a replacement front awning. So there was storm damage that took down this probably 1960s front awning addition with a metal roof and metal supports and metal handrail. And the applicant is asking to go back with something more appropriate for the house with a shed roof and some wood columns and wood railings. And staff believes that this is more in line with what we would ask someone doing a new project and has recommended this project for approval. And with any design details of the columns be finalized with staff. There is an option for either a metal or wood railing. So I think either one's appropriate as staff, but that of course would be up to the commission. And then just noting that any non-traditional materials such as vinyl or aluminum should not be approved. And so we are approving that, staff is recommending this as meeting the standards with those 3 conditions.
All right, perfect. Do we have anyone on the line?
Not have anyone from the public wishing to speak against the project.
Okay, perfect.
Oh,
Commissioners,
hold on. The applicant has their hand up. So the problem is, I suppose we should, address this with the applicant. If the applicant wishes to speak on the project, that would require a full review of the project instead of just an up and down vote of approval by the commission. So,
and let me add that it looks like we're on our way to approval.
yeah,
So if you feel like we still need to hear what you have to say, even though you're on your way to approval and you want to go through the entire application, then please you have the floor. But if not, then we will move forward with our vote.
should we just ask for like a verbal yes or no? From
Yes,
the
okay.
applicant?
So the applicant's name?
Hey, it's Tiffany Lewis. I just wanted to ensure presence. I don't need to speak on behalf. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Lewis.
Thanks, Tiffany.
Okay, so we will close and make a motion. Commissioner Heineman, will you take this one, please?
Sure. I'd like to move to approve this application because the project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction in Chapter 6, that this is reducing a non-historic non-conformance and bringing the project closer to compliance with the standards. The porch design details can be finalized with staff. Either a metal or wood railing may be used, and non-traditional materials are not approved.
Okay, perfect. So motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lionberger. All right, any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lionberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to approve passes 10-0. Thanks, Ms. Lewis.
Okay, great. Moving on to the next application. It is 1740 Merriman Avenue, and this was not heard at the April 13th meeting for being incomplete. So the application, just to refresh everyone's memory, it is for full demolition of the house shown on slide 3. And this time the applicant has provided, pictures of all 4 sides of the building, the survey, interior pictures, and the required drawings of the existing conditions. There is also a demolition request evaluation of existing conditions by ALB Design. So with that, we would like to welcome the applicants. Angie and John, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Angie,
here.
have you been? Oh, hi to you both. Have you both been sworn in?
No.
Okay, we'll do that first.
All right, if you'll both raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank
Okay.
you.
And if you would both state your names and your addresses and spell your last name for the court reporter, please. And then I am on slide 4, and just let me know where to go from here.
John Brockwell, 1740 Merriman Avenue.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, Lauer, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208.
Floor is yours, Angie.
Okay, so we are requesting a formal demolition application and also requesting a waive of the 365-day stay. In your package, you have photographs that show the structural deterioration of this house. You can see that if Christy, if you can go to slide 5. Is the exterior. Go to slide 6 first, please. So slide 6 gives you a snippet of each critical component, both roof to foundation. And the foundation, the curtain wall is slipping away from the piers, as you can see in the lower right-hand corner of slide 6. The floor joists are missing in some areas, and you could see also in the existing conditions of the crawl space where the bathtub is, there's nothing underneath the bathtub as well. So basically the entire foundation system as well as the floor system would need to be rebuilt. There's also an undefined mold in here, as you can also see in the slides, that does go from roof to foundation. If you can, Christy, go back to slide 5, please. The original house, as it's noted, had an addition added to the rear and modified over the years. So there are no original windows left on the house. The room addition on the back is not part of the original structure, and you can tell just based on the roof form that was added to the structure. And also, if you look at the bottom left-hand corner of slide 5, you can see that addition that was added as just a lean-to. There was also a rear porch that had been modified, and you could see that in slide 5 as well. So no original windows are left in the house. There was a rear addition to this small America small house style. The roof framing is compromised by years and years and years of neglect. And to repair the structure would essentially, or to modify it, to do a renovation, would, by your guidelines, basically be a virtual tear down. And also in opening statement, Christy, if you go to slide 1, there is a comment in your notes, and it says that if it is deemed significant, no, the first page, please, page 1. Yes, paragraph, item number 2, where it basically says, yes, you can deem it contributing, but you can also waive that if it's unsalvageable. And one of the things that we feel this house, yes, it was a contributing structure of its time. It is post-war, America's small house, but it's been so modified over time that the original house is really no longer there. All you have is the shape of a Cape Cod style home. So the house is clad with vinyl. We are unsure of the extremity of the damage from the roof all the way down. We know the roof is damaged. We know the foundation is damaged. So the only way to get that is to have leaked through the walls. Again, like I said, there's extreme mold in the house. And interiors. Chrissy, if you would please go to slide 6. Yes, you could see some of the interior conditions of this house. The sheathing on the floor is so moisture ridden that it is delaminating. It is truly, in my opinion, and you guys know I've done this quite a long time, if there is ever a candidate for unsalvageable conditions, this is it. And the worst part is that somebody was actually living in here in these conditions, and it was completely uninhabitable. That's pretty much it on our part. I know John might want to add some comments to this as well, but we are requesting a removal of a 365-day stay if you deem it contributing, because it is unsalvageable at this point. So, John, please chime in.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we had anyone in the waiting room, because we had a neighbor send in a email that came a few hours late before the deadline yesterday, and just wanted to see if he was available right now to say anything.
John, yeah, we do have one unknown caller. Oh, Candace, if you would please take them off mute. Okay. Caller, if you would just let us know if you're calling in to talk about this project, 1740 Merriman Avenue. Is this Anthony Hurd?
Is this me, the unknown caller you're referring to?
Hi, who is this?
This is Sarah Besh. I am just John's fiance and listening in. I am not Anthony.
Okay.
But I wasn't sure if I was the number you were referring to.
Anthony is the caller, though. Anthony is his name.
We don't have any other callers then, just your fiance. Would you like to say anything? If you would, we can
No,
swear
I was
you
just
in.
here to listen.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Okay, thanks.
But yeah, I guess like I've definitely had quite a few people walk by me while I've been outside since I purchased the home, and have got the old occupant out, and there was just a lot of support just about, you know, the image of the house as it was, and just different aspects, and I just wanted to have that on record, I guess.
Well, thank you, John. All right.
Kim, if I may ask just one more thing. So if the house is deemed, contributing, and it has to be torn down to the foundation, to the footings to rebuild the house as it is, would that qualify for demolition, a virtual demo? That would be my only question to the commission. And I would ask that you would consider that in its entirety, not just as an image on the house, on the street, but its actual structural and viability and integrity of the house. So
Okay.
that's it.
Angie, I can speak to that just briefly.
Okay.
Traditionally, even if they were to lift the stay, what they would do, they can waive the 90-day waiting period for new construction plans. But
Okay.
typically, we don't approve immediate demolition prior to the approval of the new construction plans. So, what they can say is, we're, not going to put on the stay, we're going to waive the 90 days, but nothing can be demolished until the approval of new construction plans. And that's pretty standard for how we operate. And I'm glad to answer any questions from the commission about that as well.
So is it, Christy, if I may ask then, because we have submitted plans for a reconstruction, is that knowledge that they could consider now or no?
No, it's two separate projects. Like demolition is its own project and new construction is its own project. But what they could do is they can waive the 90-day waiting period. So even though you have new construction plans submitted, should that 90-day waiting period be waived, you can come back, as soon as we can slate you for an agenda. If that 90-day waiting period is not waived, then you would be back, September for a meeting to show the new construction plans.
Okay.
Yeah. So really what you're asking for is waiving, you're asking for them to approve demolition and waive the 90-day.
Yes.
period.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Anything else, Angie, John?
No.
Okay. And we don't have anyone on the line to speak for or against this application. Kudos to the person who was in that crawl space taking those pictures. Clearly, they love to live dangerously. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant before we close? All right, let's close. Let's see here. Commissioner Goodwin, do you mind leading us on this one, sir?
I've been looking at the demolition worksheet, and I guess what I would like to do is to see what the other commissioners think about the historic significance. It seems that in most of the demolition cases, because if the structure is this old, this structure is, I think, 74 years old, and I'm not sure, is it a contributing property? I would assume that it is a contributing property in the National Register. For those two reasons, for those two reasons, even though, given the condition, the poor condition of the property, does it have special significance? And I would like to solicit the opinion of some of the other commissioners on that particular question.
Yeah, so, just going through our list, is it listed on the National Register of Historic Places?
Wilmore is not in the National
that's right.
Register.
Mhm.
Wilmore's not a National Register district.
The year of construction, typically 50 years or older, so yes. Architectural style, American small house, yes. Associative history, notable people, we don't know that to be the case. Designated as a local historic landmark, no. So there are 2 of the 5. And we tried to make this foolproof. So then, if that's the case, it does have special significance. But that's just the first step. As Christy said earlier, it doesn't prohibit the applicant from submitting new construction, an application for new construction before the 90-day, within 90 days.
Second step.
Mhm.
First step is we have all the information.
Mhm. And so the
Oh,
first,
yeah.
yeah,
Thank
that's
you,
right.
Jim. Yeah, first step's on page 1.
Yes.
It's, do you have all the information? You vote on that. Second step is significance, and third step is when demolition can occur. And I apologize, it occurred to me, I need to add an option C to help y'all out here. We don't have an option of 365-day stay, but waive the 90 days. That should be option C.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. So why don't we start with the first motion?
Okay, sorry, I was jumping ahead there, but working through this blueprint to determine if the application is complete, it appears that the application is complete. So I move to determine this application is complete with all required documentation provided by the applicant.
Okay. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Let's vote on it. Any discussion of that motion? All right. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 10-0. Okay, now on to step 2.
Okay, step 2. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the Wilmore Local Historic District. And there are 2 criteria that are met, and that is the year of construction. This house is definitely more than 50 years old, and because of its architectural style.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 10-0. Step 3. Remember, we also have a C.
Step.
To help you out, you can read the first sentence of A because they've already submitted the accurate measured drawings.
Okay.
And the last sentence, the 90-day of B. And if you combine those 2, I think that's where y'all want to go.
Thank you very much, Christy.
You're welcome.
On step 3, I make a motion to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value toward maintaining the character of the district. Also, as part of this motion, I'd like to waive the 90-day waiting period to submit new construction plans.
And I would just add that you're waiving that based on the current conditions of the building and the photographs that the applicant has presented, just as a little more strength.
And we're adding this waiver because of the poor condition of the property.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? All right. Commissioner.
Can I say something? Sorry.
Oh, please, yes. Commissioner Hyman?
Yeah, I think just is a little bit of additional information. I think the intention of that 90-day delay for submitting new construction plans is in an effort to relocate or save the historic structure. And I think that the applicant has made the case that it is not salvageable, and as such, that is sort of a reasonable condition for waiving the 90-day.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Hyman. All right, so let's vote, okay? Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
No.
Commissioner You threw me off, Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Meuren,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 9-1. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Angie and John.
We are moving on to the next application. Let me get it pulled up here. Number 816 Walnut Avenue. Bradley, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Hi, Bradley. Is anyone else joined you today?
Yes, Julian Adams from our office.
Okay, perfect, Julian. And then, have y'all been sworn in?
I did it at the beginning of the meeting, yes.
You did. Julian, are you sworn in?
I missed it by 15 minutes, so go ahead.
All right.
We'll do a special one for you now.
Thank you.
So if you would please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, this is a continuation from the April meeting. And I would just like to note that the decision date on this project is August 8th. So that means this is the second to last time the case can be reviewed. The last time will be at the July 13th meeting. It was continued for foundation, trim, doors and windows, porches, massing, the site plan, and trees, all outlined on the staff memo. Information about the revised proposal is on page 2 of the staff memo. And then staff comments are on page 3. And then I am moving right along. I'm going to start with, let's see, slide 14, it looks like. Bradley and Julian, if you would state your names and your addresses and spell your last name for the court reporter, please.
Okay, I'm Bradley Everdyke. Last name is V as in Victor, ERDYKE. And my address is 267 Euclid, EUCLID Avenue. And that is in Buffalo, New York, 14217.
Julian?
Julian Adams, it's 80 AMS, and I'm at 146 2nd Street, Troy, New York, 12180.
Great. I'm on slide 14, but let me know if there's a different slide you'd like me to start with, and then the floor is yours.
Okay, can I just ask a quick question about procedure here? You just said that because ours we have until August. So if we don't receive some form of approval this meeting or that next meeting, what does that mean moving forward?
So it means that next meeting, the commission has to make a decision whether to approve or deny. They
Okay.
can no longer continue the case.
Okay. Okay.
Good question. Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get started then at that point. I think the image you have here is perfect. So I'm going to go through kind of each continuation comment kind of piece by piece and speak to each one. Please kind of ask questions as I go, as long as that's okay on your end, but I'll get started. The first comment was just about the extension of brick to grade, which we've obviously are in compliance with adjusted. As you can see from kind of the rendering on your screen, we have placed the brick to grade, but we've also added a soldiered water table just along the perimeter, just as a way to differentiate the two pieces of the facade. There is precedent for this in the community. And it's a little bit farther down, but on page 24 of this document, we do have just a quick detail of kind of the wall construction piece of that. Yeah, that page right there, 24. So if you zoom out a little bit, it's that detail number 5 there, which kind of shows kind of the plan for that soldiered water table, and then obviously brick that goes right to grade. And then, Christy, did you guys receive that brick sample? I know we were having issues getting it to you.
We did not.
You did not. Okay, darn it. I thought it was supposed to be in your office today. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
So hopefully we can, you guys can get that for the next meeting, which we'll see how we do here. Okay.
Brad, we do have the window sample in the room,
Okay,
and there are pictures in your presentation as well.
okay, perfect. Getting to that here in a minute.
Okay, and then I have to, don't forget, I have all that supplement information you shared on materials. Okay,
Perfect.
thanks.
Perfect. Yep, thank you. There's the next portion was just additional information about the trim and the cornice and the eaves. If you scroll down to page down, I think actually no, sorry, it's on page 24, just at the base there. Sorry about that. So that the detail in the bottom left-hand corner, there is a little bit more detail about the kind of eave. Yep. And a note that we did bring in gable returns. I know that was discussed last meeting, looking at kind of the style of the building that we're proposing, as well as precedent within the neighborhood. We felt that the eave returns added a little bit something more, and then also obviously it's been expanded on there. The trim proposed would be a hardy board, kind of in the different pieces as it makes up the soffit and the trim cornice. Moving forward, there was a few comments on the doors and windows. There's the first comment previously was a confirmation of the soldiered brick headers and roll-lock brick sills that are depicted throughout the drawings. We can confirm that those are a large part of the project and will definitely be included in the final result. So that is very important, obviously, to the overall articulation of the building. The next
Brad.
Yes.
Our court reporter has asked if you slow down just a little bit. She's having a hard time keeping
Yep,
up.
sorry.
Thanks.
The next piece was the physical sample of the fiberglass clad window, which I know you guys have in front of you, and there are photos. So this is a product that we're using as our base. It is a Marvin window. It is, again, fiberglass clad wood. So very similar to the aluminum clad, it's just a different material on the exterior. This is a general sample just to give you an understanding of the overall appearance and the construction of the window. It's not completely representative of the like the scale, obviously the size, the proportions that we're proposing, or the color even, but it does give you an idea of the construction and also how the muttons will be constructed with the proposed new window. And then add the interiors. And then just as a note, the mutton is a triple grid system. So there's both an exterior and an interior mutton with then an internal spacer to give the appearance of, that true divided light, while also providing the thermal properties of having a continuous piece of glazing there. So something that we use regularly in work that we do for historic preservation, historic tax credit projects. This is definitely something we use all the time on that end of things. Moving forward, there was a couple staff comments that I'm also going to address that we had on the application. I know there was previously questions about the fiberglass doors. We had submitted some specifications and information on that previously. I hope the staff has had a chance to look through those. There's another question regarding the window and door trim. The window trim is actually integral to the window itself, so that would be of fiberglass. So everything you see kind of in the drawings within that kind of masonry opening for a window would all be that fiberglass material. And then for the physical, that's going to the railings a little bit, but I'm just kind of speaking more in general. Sorry about that. And then looking at the and then the door trim that's proposed would be on the actual, would be a hardy board again. I know Christy quickly is flipping through kind of additional things that we said. She brought up the document about, I think it was the Trex, if you want to go to that. I can speak to that, or the TimberTech, excuse me. So if you are looking at our revised proposal, sorry, Christy, jumping around here a little bit. ACF, go back. If you zoom out a little bit, and you maybe could just go to page 25 right below you. just a quick view. If you zoom out a little bit, so drawings number 2 and 3 show the east and west elevations respectively. The east elevation is on the left hand, the west is on the right hand. And so this is something that is kind of the next piece. So previously there was comments about the porches. So the east porch, we've maintained the pediment. We've kind of increased it a little, developed its articulation a little bit more, and also revised the column layout. So you have something a little bit more beefier, a little bit something more traditional. We've looked to the neighborhood for precedent and also to stylistic norms for this style of building. So that's what we have proposed on the east side, which does face Walnut. And then on the at the rear of the building, you have the west, which we've actually changed up a little bit, and we've added the balcony that you see there. So your cornice line would be basically, this would be identical, and the columns identical to what you see on the east, but then we did add the balcony above, just as kind of a piece of differentiation, but also an added asset for the units. And then if you want to go back to that additional information, there was a question on what that material for the balcony would be, which was this composite TimberTech product. And then if you scroll down, I have highlighted kind of what lines we're working with. That gives you an idea of what the product actually is for the actual decking material, and kind of what line we're going with. But if you keep scrolling, it'll give you an idea of some looks, some color selections, plank selections for the decking. Keep scrolling for me, please. That's just fastener, so you can keep going. And then this speaks to what the actual rail assembly would be. So if you keep scrolling, we'd be using kind of 2 different rails, and then with a slight differentiation in color. And then if you keep scrolling, I think the rest is, yeah, that just gives you an idea of our profiles. We did actually develop a detail for this that's a little bit more informative, but we weren't able to submit it for this meeting because it was technically new information. So hopefully that can get circulated sooner than later. But this just gives you an idea of what we're thinking for material there. All right, I think we can go back to the formal presentation, Christy, please. Thank you. So that I'm just kind of catching myself up on my notes here. So I guess we can, yeah, if you want to scroll down, so I think it's maybe page 26. Okay, great. So page 26, so here you have a 2D representation of those porches. Obviously the one at the middle upper would be the east side, which is facing Walnut, and then the west is on the lower left there. There was a staff comment about the proportions of the porches still seeming off. We recognize that, and we do feel that we agree, and we think that kind of increasing the width and the overall dimension of the physical columns kind of would help take care of that. We understand that they look a bit slender here. So we're aware of this, and we're working to adjust that as we need to. And then if you could, Christy, if you could please go to page 19. Is this? Oops. I think the images aren't. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So page 19, the top image, which is having a little bit of difficulty loading, it looks like. Sorry. Or if it's easier for you, we can go to page 24 or 25 if the images are having issues. Yeah, let's do that.
I think it's the size of everything. Let me try and close and the swapping back and forth. I'm gonna
Okay.
and reopen.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I think if you go to 24 or 25, it has like 2D drawings.
Okay.
So that hopefully should help.
I hear, yes. Okay.
If you start, keep,
Oh, higher percentage. Okay, sure. Huh.
Hmm.
Never had this really happen before. Okay, so let me go to 24.
and then, if you could just zoom in there.
Yeah. Which one? Where would
I'm
you like?
looking at the north elevation. So
Sure.
trying to.
Yep. There you go.
That's perfect. So the images that are having issues loading kind of show this elevation more in a rendered view. But there was a comment, we've kind of been struggling with this a little bit, just with the fenestration on the north facade here. This is the technically the rear facade of the building. And previously there was a comment about symmetry on this facade, specifically on the left-hand side underneath that gable end, just because it is kind of close to Walnut. And while we've kind of, our proposal at this has evolved, and what we're proposing now is kind of do a blind kind of window that would be recessed slightly into the face of the building, but would have retain kind of would retain the soldiered head and then the Rolox sill, and give the impression of the window to kind of break up that facade. And the reason we're proposing this is Christy, if you go to the number 23, the floor plans.
I'm attempting it.
Oh, there we go. Maybe.
I can see it on the thumbnail.
Yeah, it's weird it's not coming up.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Okay, so looking at the floor plan, so that north facade would be kind of the facade along the top portion of that floor plan. The lower floor plan is the first floor, upper is the second. And the way that we've organized the floor plans has a lot of kind of the more utilitarian space along the north side of the building. And that just allows the kind of that south side, which will you'll receive the most light, to have kind of to maximize the spatial organization there. And the addition of windows obviously as they and that lower floor, as you can see, our kitchens are kind of placed there. So, and the way that everything's organized is adding kind of larger window openings in there would really kind of start to interfere with our overall floor plan, and cause kind of a series of kind of domino effects, so to speak. So we've proposed at the first floor using towards the front of the building using kind of those embossed almost, or kind of those false window openings, to suggest that to break up that facade, while providing some symmetry with the fenestration on the second level. This is also a key because there is a driveway directly adjacent to this facade, so limiting window openings here also allows us the benefit of privacy and noise kind of reduction for the spaces inside of our building itself. So I think I've spoke to that. I wish those other images would load, just so you can see a little bit better, more clear how it looked like in the context of the site. I'm not sure. I think it's, if you scroll down a little bit, sorry, I think it's page 19. Yeah.
Everything closed out on our end. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Adobe just crashed.
Okay.
You want to try maybe the online version?
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, Cindy. Thank you. All right. Okay. Nope. Hit the wrong thing. Okay, 16,
19.
18, 19, I think that was
19.
it.
Yep,
19,
perfect. You
okay.
could just zoom in there on the upper image if you could. So yeah, so this provides just an idea of kind of what we're thinking. So you can so if you're kind of coming down Walnut, you kind of you would see that the face of that building this face of the building, but you can understand kind of the upper fenestration, and then also kind of what we're proposing on that face at the lower end, and then you'd see the kind of the primary east facade as well. And these two images actually speak to kind of the next piece that I was going to speak to. Which there was a comment at the previous meeting about the massing of the building. There was a question if there was the ability for a 6-inch step in these kind of longer elevations to have some different, I guess, add differentiation. Looking at this, we did consider it, but we quickly realized that it would make some larger impacts on our floor plan. So we looked into the community, and when looking at in the community buildings that have a similar floor plan, which have elongated kind of rectilinear plans that present their short face to the street with the longer piece kind of extending away from the street. Examples include 720 Grandin, 516 Grandin, and 600 Walnut, all of which are similar multifamily units. All of these buildings maintain kind of the same rectilinear massing without steps. So there is precedent in the neighborhood for a plan similar to this without kind of that stepping motion along those longer facades. For this project specifically, we are providing some differentiation already with kind of this side facing gable with the intersecting gable. So you do have kind of those two different pieces that are providing that difference. And then there's some variation in our articulation of our porches at this point as well. So that's kind of our response to that at this point. The remaining comments are in regard to the site plan. So if you could just go to page 20, so I think it's right below where you are now. Or sorry, 22, my apologies. Okay, so quickly, one of the comments was just provide HVAC and dumpster enclosures. So looking at the site plan, if you're there are HVAC enclosure at the kind of along the north side, so at the upper piece of the building, at kind of the upper left-hand corner, you'll see there it's called out. There's kind of those 3 white boxes that would indicate kind of a pad that you put like your condenser on, but that would be fenced in. Yep, right there where your cursor is there. And then where your cursor just was, that would be the dumpster enclosure there adjacent to the parking. And that gives room for your totes, for your different units, as well as for any other pieces that we need to store there. There is a detail for the fence design on page 21. It is a section, but it just gives you an idea of what that enclosure would look like. It just, it follows kind of the standard step at the HGC for like the 2-inch space and the 4-inch boards, your typical kind of boarded fence enclosure. The next piece was about the retaining wall. There is, sorry, Christy, I'm jumping around again. If you go to page 6, and kind of zoom in there. On the upper 2 photos, you can see there's an existing concrete retaining wall, which is pretty deep, actually in profile, and you can see more so at the northeast corner photo on the right-hand side that it's begun to heave and crack, and it's not in great condition. And looking around the community, there are a number of retaining walls, but this one is kind of one of a kind, so to speak, and it's not in good condition. And so our proposal, Christy, if you kind of, sorry, go back down to page 17. The lower image there. So our proposal just would replace that with a brick retaining wall, which is more traditional to the neighborhood. It's kind of, there's precedent throughout the neighborhood for this. And as we do have a fair amount of grade change pretty quickly on the site, we think it'd be beneficial. And it's also a nice feature to kind of pull the building a little bit, some of the elements closer to that street. Has a nice neighborhood feel. You can stay on this page. Another comment from the previous was about trees. They asked that we do replace the tree. We're an existing tree that we'd be removing. So in the image you're looking at now, there's a tree kind of on the right-hand side of the image that you just see the trunk. That's a representation of an existing street tree that would be maintained. But then the tree on the left hand on the actual site of the building, that is a new proposed sugar maple tree, which is listed kind of by the city as a native species. That's typical of the area. So and looking at kind of root properties and potential canopy, that's something that we felt would be appropriate to add on the site in accordance with your recommendations. So I think that covers everything that was discussed at the previous meeting. Apologies, I kind of ran through everything. Please ask any questions. We'd be more than happy to answer. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Bradley. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
No speakers or callers.
Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, questions of Bradley and Julian? Yes, Commissioner Henningsen.
First off, I want to say thank you for reading the staff notes and thank you for coming up prepared to review some of those. That really helps out tremendously. I got a handful of questions. The way I'm going to start is I'm just going to kind of go through the reasons why this project was continued. And then I've got some, maybe some unrelated questions and stuff after. So that's just the format I'm going to follow. So when I look at why this application was continued, foundation, thank you. So I see that you've added a brick water table there. So that addresses that ask. From a trim perspective, obviously adding the gable returns and that detail answers that ask as well. Door and windows. I'm staring at the window here. I look forward to taking a minute once we're closed and taking a look at the sample. Just know that, and I know this will come up in deliberation, appreciate your explanation on why you've got those bricked in windows on the first floor. But still, since that first floor is still visible from the street, I still have concern that those need to be windows. So just want to let you know, I know that's something that'll come up in deliberation. Yeah, we got the sample of the window. General comment, Christy, have we approved fiberglass doors or windows previously?
No.
Okay. All right. So, and just kind of a comment there. I mean, it's, look forward to reviewing the sample. It hasn't been approved before. Could, may or may not be an uphill battle to get fiberglass approved. Just kind of a comment. The porches, thank you for, thank you for your comments about revisiting the porches, increasing the width, the beam column alignment, et cetera. Appreciate that. Christy, question for you. I see in our standards that we approve hardy trim, but when I look at the porch, there's a lot of porch detail, and on those enclosures, it's going to be hardy. And knowing that this is an all brick structure, previously, have we approved that much hardy on a porch as an example for new construction?
I cannot bring anything to mind.
I didn't think so either. So my question to you, Brad, is are you, again, this would be something that comes up in deliberations, if we come back with wood, I mean, do you have a really compelling reason why wood shouldn't be used? Some of the details.
I think at this point, it's really just a maintenance perspective.
Sure.
It's really just, thinking long-term maintenance on the property is really kind of our point, and knowing kind of the extent that we've come, with these composite materials, their lifespan, their longevity, their ability to look great for a longer period of time without that maintenance piece. That's really kind of been the reasoning that we've been proposing these materials.
Okay, thank you. Moving on for massing, we had asked just to provide some more differentiation between the front and the back of the structure. And I know that you had said you had found examples in Wesley Heights that had, large expanses of brick. So, I mean, I still, what I would have liked to have seen is some examples of those, some examples of two-story buildings that, had large unbroken expanses of brick on their, right and left elevation. So my suggestion would be find and bring those examples to us in Wesley Heights. That would be helpful. Site plan, I looking at my questions, I missed your screening detail for the dumpster as well as the HVAC. So Christy, can we go to the slide where that is?
It's
Next slide 21.
It's slide 22, I believe, and the dumpster's back here and the HVAC's here.
And then, yep, and then 21 has it's just a quick cross section of what the general, it's not a full, elevation, but it does give you an idea of the whole fence would be that, and then the doors will just be, that on hinges.
Okay, so it'll still be a wooden fence that meets HDC or, our guideline, our standards.
Correct. Yep. It's very, very straightforward.
Okay, awesome. Moving on, trees, sugar maple. Commissioner Hayden, is sugar maple a large maturing tree off the top of your head?
Yes.
Okay.
Just looked it up.
My man.
It's on the list.
Okay. All right, so
Yes.
thank you. All right, so now moving on to just some of my other random questions. So thinking about the retaining wall, with that existing retaining wall, what are the materials today?
It's concrete. It looks like they're concrete pavers that were just kind of placed, and in some of the photos you can see them have like either a root system or just general earth movement has started to upheave them, and they've begun to crack and fail.
Okay. Generally speaking, our standards would suggest, repairing if they can be repaired, replacing with in-kind materials. So if you have a concrete retaining wall or a curved, concrete curb, replacing that with concrete versus introducing brick. So just kind of a comment there.
And I will say that the reason that I think that they're concrete because the building that we would be demolishing is more of a mid-century, and so it might have been there just because it's not really mid-century, but it's very simple, but there's a concrete foundation, so I'm assuming maybe that's why concrete was used. And then we decided we were proposing brick to kind of tie into the building as the others in the neighborhood do.
That's great. Thank you for the explanation, and great example, by the way. Next, moving on, I want to talk about materials. So I noticed, you've got a lot of composite on your porches, composite banisters as an example. When it comes to composite decking, in rear elevations, stuff that's not visible from the street, our standards only allow us to approve horizontal surfaces. So just know that composite banisters are going to be a problem.
Okay.
Okay. I'm almost done. Other commissioners? Just kind of a comment about lighting. You introduced in your presentation, you talked about lighting a little bit on the banisters, and knowing that this is a multifamily, we do have a standard about lighting and, lighting for private sites. Do you have a more holistic lighting plan for this property?
At this point, our lighting is pretty much focused on the entries where we have a doorway. So there's a lantern proposed and suspended within each porch enclosure. There's 2 lanterns on the south side of the building, flanking kind of the entry there. And then there's another lantern at the rear second floor next to that balcony that we're proposing. But that's kind of the extent of the lighting that we've looked at. It has been kept to like that residential scale purposefully because this is obviously a residential neighborhood and we have neighbors and we don't want to be shining bright lights into other windows. There was a staff question about lighting in the parking area, and at this point we don't have any specific parking lighting called for.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, any other questions outside of the ones that PJ so skillfully asked? Any others? Just to help out a little bit, PJ, the large expanse of brick wall on the side is actually included in their application. Let's look at it. It's slide 13, 720, Grandin. I'm looking at Polaris now because there's another one. Yeah. And 616 Grandin. So those are examples of multifamily that have large expanses of brick wall on the side elevations.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other question? Oh, Commissioner Heineman.
Sure. I'm going to also lean on the contractors that we have on the commission for this. And my question is, do you guys have experience using AZEK or TimberTech in our climate on building elements? Because we've seen such significant expansion and contraction that it sometimes tears itself off the building.
Oh, okay.
Which is one of the reasons that we don't generally allow polymer-based products in the districts. But I would love it if our contractors could speak to that. The couple of times I've used it, we've had to ultimately go back in and replace it with a completely different product.
Okay. The Brian Slevar, who couldn't be here with us, he practices in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
And so I think he has some experience. But if it is a concern, I can work with him to see if there's a different material, that has some of the same maintenance properties. But obviously, if there's larger issues with those composites in general, we might look for something more traditional. But
yeah, it's definitely a product that I love, and sometimes have seen it outside of the district. But we've always had to be really incredibly careful about the LRV value on the color with those products in our climate. We can basically only be in the very bright white range for them to not pull themselves off the building. The other question I have is about the thickness of the hardy components that you're proposing, because Artisan has been discontinued and we generally don't accept the thin hardy components.
Okay.
Aside from panels, I mean, panels obviously, they have face framing, and so that's not an issue. But the actual hardy trim in the thin components is not something we generally accept.
Is there a minimum dimension that we look for?
Yeah, so honestly, the shadow line and depth that we're looking for is contextual, and typically the wood components in these districts are 3/4 of an inch thick.
3/4. Okay.
Okay, thanks. That's it for me.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Walker.
Thanks. Yeah, could you just quickly go to the right elevation?
There are the full drawings if you want to look at those, I think later on 24 or 25.
Okay. It might just be a visual that I'm confused about. But where'd the right elevation go? That looks like is that the left elevation? The other side, I think you had it before.
Okay, so this
The
is
one
the
above.
front of the building, this is the right, and then
Oh,
this
okay,
is the
so the
left.
left, sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that the steps up on that side were in line with the steps on the front and the back. I couldn't see that from my Adobe, which is not functioning properly. So thanks, that was all.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Bradley, I think one of the challenges that, my fellow commissioner is having about the large expanse of brick wall on the side elevations is, or at least on the right side, is the lack of fenestration, because in some of those examples that we brought up, including 720 Grandin, which was included in your application, there are just more windows. And so just a little something to think about as we talk later on. I think that's what might be throwing us off. The left side, left elevation, great. Right side, as one commissioner, I believe, needs more fenestration. Okay. Commissioner Heineman? Commissioner Hyman, did you have something else you wanted to add, or is your hand still up?
Sorry, I just forgot to put it down.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
I had one quick question. The TimberTech material, is that the same as AZAC or is that a different line? And if so, is it a PVC material? Because we do have experience with that, with PVC products.
I think the document I sent, it was a combined piece, and I took out the AZAC piece, so it is a different material. I believe it is a PVC based material.
Okay. All right. Any more questions before we close for deliberation? Going once, going twice? All right, let's close. PJ, why don't you kick us off in discussion?
Yeah, sure. So all in summary, some of the items that, will be in a motion, or we'll talk about and see if they go into a motion are. Sorry, Jim. Second. The fenestration on the right side elevation, right? I still think that needs some work.
Yeah. I agree.
They already mentioned, readdressing the column beam alignment and, the columns and the porch detail. So that's something, we probably don't need to talk about it, but will be in a motion. Materials, we need to talk about materials for the windows. We need to talk about materials, windows and doors. We need to talk about materials for the banister, the porch side entry. We'll table the brick. And I feel like I'm missing something.
We addressed trim, that's materials. No,
Yeah, I thought about that, and the applicant gave a great explanation. The existing retaining wall was really, the materials related to that 1950s design. He's got the detail of a brick retaining wall that, matches the context of this building. In my opinion, so let's talk about that then. My opinion is that with the detail and the explanation, the brick retaining wall meets our standards.
agreed. I think 2.5, it speaks to that.
Do we need to address its adjacency to the sidewalk though? Typically, we put an 18-inch buffer between retaining walls and sidewalks.
Then yes. Yes, Commissioner Barth. Let's see here if we have,
What standard was it?
Is that standard in Wesley Heights?
What?
That planting strip between the walk and the wall?
Yeah.
Is that? Okay.
Wait, I said yes too quickly. Let me just double check. Oh,
I think as standard practice for when we've reviewed retaining walls in the past, even if an existing wall is being replaced, consistently we've recommended there being a displacement because of sidewalk changes, utility construction, that sort of thing.
however, to Commissioner Hayden's point, I remember there being one in Dilworth where the context, actually it's not, where the context of the street, it would have been weird if it did have that buffer, and I'm looking at my personal home and there's no buffer before the sidewalk, and the one beside my home, no buffer before the sidewalk. So, yeah, that is, yeah. So,
Maybe it's just more information about conditions on the street conditions in that area. I do think the grade does change here. And if you're facing the house to the left, I believe, has a retaining wall.
yeah, let's look at it.
Shown on slide 10, maybe. Yeah, 820 has one. There is no planning strip,
yeah.
but that is a typical requirement that we do have.
So again, when we were in Dilworth, when, in the context of that street, it would have been weird to have that buffer. And so we ruled that the retaining wall didn't need it. Because we were trying to maintain the context of the streetscape, not disrupt the context of the streetscape.
It's really context specific. The other reason we do that is to help the property owner in case a sidewalk needs fixed. That gives you some working room so that your retaining wall isn't destroyed and you have to rebuild it. So there was like a practical reason for it as well.
Sure. I don't see it consistently. Sure, yeah. Let's see one of the newer ones that just came up. Why don't we address some of these? Is there anything outside of the buffer that we have not addressed? Okay. And what's the standard that talks about the buffer? Okay. Yeah, all down Grandin, retaining wall right up against the sidewalk. And so,
I would say don't waste your time on that, researching it. That's something the applicant needs to prove.
sure.
Yep.
Okay,
Keep
all
moving.
right. Fair. Okay, so PJ read a list of things. Jessica added some things. Anything else that we have not addressed? All right. Well, I hear you typing feverishly. Commissioner Henningsen, do you want to, when you're ready, please go through your list. And we'll try and give you standards to,
Yeah, I mean, I think I've got standards, but where are we where are we falling with fiberglass windows and doors?
I'm not in
Negative.
favor of it.
Negative on the windows?
Yeah.
Commissioner Goodwin?
What y'all have done in the past when people have asked for this is you've required a built-out sample showing what it would look like with the trim built out. And to date, no one's been willing to provide that. I believe Anderson Fibrex got the closest. But that was when Commissioner Rumsch was on the board. That was his repeated request, is that use this, build it in, and show us what it's going to look like.
That's fair. It gives them an opportunity.
Is it possible for us to ask questions at this point or no?
I don't think we closed. I don't believe we did.
Okay.
So in case we did, we will reopen. And please, Brad.
I'm just curious about the reasoning for the rejection of the fiberglass clad windows. I guess a question I can ask is, has your office approved aluminum clad windows? Or is it something where you only allow for wood windows?
Only certain aluminum clad windows have been approved, so not all.
And are you able to give rationale for why that is?
Yes, it's the appearance of the window and how it finishes out and how the sash bar and muttons and everything works together. And those were proven to be, the threshold for proving fiberglass is the same that was required for aluminum clad before we approved those.
Okay, are we able to work with our window supplier to see if they have projects with similar insulation and provide photos and or addresses that that you guys could look at versus providing a physical mock-up of this specific instance?
I think the commission has wanted the physical mock-up to see exactly and be able to touch and feel how it's worked, but I'm going to defer that to the commission.
I would say that's exactly what I, as one commissioner, would want to see. I mean, it's a different product. And so we're asking for you to make the investment to show us how it works because we haven't approved it. I mean, we don't.
So you're saying that you would want us to build a physical mock-up in a physical wall, not provide examples of
Yeah,
them in other areas?
we'd like to see it in context. Yeah. Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, I'd like to add some to this discussion. We recently did a major renovation. We used all of the Marvin, the Ultimate Series, the most expensive. They were clad windows, and that's probably about the same level as the wood windows. And then we had an addition to the project where this was a basement window, not highly visible, but we looked into this series because the very long lead time on the Ultimate Series. And this window is almost a replica. It's just the material. The profile on the outside is identical to the Ultimate Series. The look on the inside, it's solid wood. It's all identical. You have SDL bars with a divider, SDL bars with the dividers in between the panes. It's all the same glass, same cardinal glass construction. And, brick mold, it's all, basically the profiles are the same. I just wanted to add that because I think it's a good product. I think it's very durable. It is smooth and it is paintable too. You could paint this so I think there's a lot of good qualities of these windows, and I think that they could be a good substitute, and our guidelines do say that we can consider fiberglass on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, but it also says in the rear and on the side. And so I defer to you, Commissioner Goodwin, because this is what you do, and you know what you know because you've seen it in context, and that's what, as a commissioner, I'd be looking to see. Okay.
So I'm sorry. So my last question on this piece is, are you able to provide information on the clad windows that you have approved previously? Are they the Marvin Ultimates? Because I mean, we use those on a regular basis, so we're very familiar with the product.
I believe we have approved that. I can double check, but yeah, we have quite a few clad that we've approved in the past.
Yeah, because that's your more traditional aluminum clad, because I know those have been around longer than the fiberglass have. But obviously, we're obviously stressing that it is a clad product. It is not a full fiberglass unit. But okay, and then my one other question, this might be a bit too design based, but in regard to the fenestration on that north or kind of that right facade, for the level of transparency or that level of glazing, there's precedent obviously for the windows that are set, that have the higher sill height, like similar to the one that we have tagged as number 5 on that elevation. If we were to include more of that style, or are you looking for something that has more kind of presence like the ones that are tagged number 2?
Where is it? There's multifamily just down the street from your project, Brad, that can speak to, that shows you the precedent for the neighborhood. And I think it's 524.
Yeah, I think you've referenced it previously. I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has like the balconies in the front.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that there are 2 or 3 maybe even in a row. And so I would defer to that. I would use that as to help give you ideas of what we'd be looking for. All right. Okay. Anything else before we close? Oh, okay. I see Commissioner Heineman with her hand up. Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, I would just love to add one more note to the conversation about the fiberglass windows. I think, I agree with both Christy and Phil. When we have received, this is really a procedural thing. When we've received requests for alternate materials, specifically for fiberglass windows in the past, I think we've been really pleased with the product. It's just the condition of asking for a material or a product that has never been approved by this commission before is a physical mock-up with the details that we're looking for. So I think there's a lot to like about these fiberglass windows, and Anderson has come so close so many times to getting them approved. And the rep has come into the meetings and talked to us about it, but they've just never been willing to give a physical mock-up. So yeah, I don't think it's not a subjective thing. It's just if in order to set the precedent of accepting a material that I think is looked upon favorably by the commission, in order to do that, we need the physical mock-up with the contextual details that we're looking for.
Okay. And I just, where is it? We were talking about fiberglass doors and windows, 6.15. Number 3, construct doors of wood, well, this is doors. Preferred material, metal clad, fiberglass, or metal doors may also be considered for side and rear doors on new construction on a case-by-case basis. And I'm sure if I keep digging through, I can find something that speaks to windows too. So, yeah, it just, as Jessica said, Brad, it just helps us, since we're setting a precedent with it, to justify it. Any other questions before we close, sir? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will reclose. PJ, you want to pick back up?
All right. I'm gonna not say the standards, but I've got them. So, first item is just to restudy the fenestration on the right elevation on the first floor, working with staff on the column beam size alignment, or updating the column beam size and alignment. There's still materials about the banister, the doors, the windows, porch trim, the trim and all the paneling on the porch and the side entry, brick sample, as well as a description of the mortar color. And then where did we land? And then provide more detail, the planting strip. How our standards require a planting strip of at least 18 inches between the right-of-way, or the sidewalk, and a wall. And for the applicant to provide more detail and examples where there is no planting strip between the sidewalk and the wall in that area. Did I miss anything, commissioners? Chris?
I think you still need to ask about the massing in that offset. I know we started with that and we got examples, but the roofs on those examples are one continuous roof. And the roof that's on the applicants, like what we're seeing now, there's clearly two different types of building coming together here at making that T. So I think, and especially it calls out if you zoom up to the other side, Christy, like this looks like it's been hit with a shovel on that front end versus the other side of the house has the clear access, even though the big windows are on the right and the small ones are on the left. That looks like a formalized piece and a formalized building on the front. So I think asking for the setback is right. And I think obviously trying to get the north elevation up to the level of design as the south elevation. Does that make sense?
Yep. And when you mentioned about getting the level of detail or architectural detail between the north and south elevation, do you think just simply the restudy of the finish, is that just limited to the fenestration that we're asking for a restudy on the right elevation? Yeah. That will help. Okay. Check. Okay. Anyone else?
Will you call it out one more time, PJ, when you're done?
Second. All right, so items to continue, massing, standard 6.8, and I'll hit them out. Let me just get through one more pass, and then I'll go slow. Repeat it again. So items to continue, standard 6.8, massing, either A, provide some more examples where there's large expanses of unbroken brick walls and side elevations on multi-story, or step in the walls, step in the side walls, the walls and the side elevation by 6 inches to differentiate between the front and the rear of the house. Standard 615, number 1, fenestration, restudy the fenestration on the right elevation on the first floor. Standard 6.17, work with staff on, I'm sorry, standard 6.17. And adjust the column beam size and alignment. Standard 6.18, materials. Work with staff, use staff approvable materials for the banister, the doors, the windows, the porch, the trim, and the side entry. Provide a brick sample and a description of the mortar color. And then standard 8.7, number 10. Provide any examples in Wesley Heights where the historic wall did not have a planting strip up against, between the wall and the sidewalk.
All right.
I'll repeat it again slowly, but did I miss anything?
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following. 1, massing, standard 6.8 for massing and complexity of form. Provide some examples of where there are large expanses of unbroken brick walls on the side elevations on multifamily homes, or step in the walls, the side walls, to further differentiate the front and rear of the house. Next, fenestration per standard 6.15, number 1. Restudy the fenestration on the right elevation on the first floor. Next, standard 6.17 for porches. Update, increase the size of the columns and revisit and update the beam and column alignment. Next, standard 6.18 for materials. Use staff approvable materials for the banisters, the doors, the windows, all of the trim and paneling detail on the porch and side entry. For the brick, please provide a brick sample and a description of the color of mortar that will be used. Lastly, standard 8.7 for private sites. Please provide examples of historic walls in the immediate area that abut directly up to the sidewalk, and there is no planting strip between the sidewalk and the wall for standard 8.7, number 10.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Henningsen, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of the motion?
Do we want to give them any direction on the column sizing?
Sure.
A suggestion. I would say at least, I mean, from my perspective, I don't know if anyone agrees, at least 8 inches or more on the columns.
Commissioner Heineman?
I would refer to the Get Your House Right pattern book on the minimum dimension of the column relative to the height of the column. Does that sound okay to you, Commissioner Barth?
Sounds fantastic.
And then I also I'm so sorry to be repetitive about this, but I just want to make sure it's like abundantly clear. Like, speaking for myself as a commissioner, I'm a hard no on all polymer-based substitutions because of sustainability issues in this climate.
Okay.
And that friendly amendment about the column details accepted.
Okay. All right. Okay. And Commissioner Hayden is still with you, so thank you. All right. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0. Thanks, Brad.
Okay, I'm gonna
Thanks,
try to
everyone.
switch back to PDF. The next application is 901 Berkeley, and I believe the applicants are here with us. If y'all want to come on up, and if you need to bring extra chairs, feel free. Have y'all been sworn in? Okay, great.
All right, if you all will raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Great. This next application is 901 Berkeley. It was continued from the May meeting. The reasons for continuance are listed in the staff memo on page 1. More project details about the revised proposal on page 2. And staff comments are on page 4. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. There is also, thank you. They submitted some supplemental information as well. And
Christy, this is Candace. We can't see the presentation online.
thanks, Candace. And let me pull up the supplemental information. I'll switch over. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. And okay. So I am starting on page 6, and just let me know where to go from here. If you would state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, please.
I'm Katie King, the owner, and I'm just gonna observe Justin King at the back. Comments. And this is Tim O'Brien, our architect, and Corey Shanks, our contractor, here to help us out with all the extra vocabulary or any questions y'all may come up with. Just wanted to say thank you for having us, just listening in on the conversations and the previous meeting, that we had with you guys. It just blows my mind, the knowledge that you guys have. And, you helped us out a lot. The last time we were here, had a list of questions or different items you wanted to see. So we think we've addressed that in the presentation. And just wanted to kind of recap briefly that we're trying to add a second story master suite on top of the 90s edition of our family room that's in the back of our house today, doing matching brick, changing the roof from asphalt to slate just to tie in with the rest of the building. We are adding in a screened patio over the existing brick patio in the back area, proposing a metal roof just to mirror our neighbors on the corner lot beside of us that have a metal roof as well. They had a lovely design. We kind of inspiration for our patio design. And then also we'd like to replace the 2-car garage accessory structure with a 1.5-story matching the brick and changing the asphalt roof to slate, replacing the driveway gate with a motorized gate, designing to match the existing manual gate that's there today. And then also remove the hackberry tree that I know all of our neighbors will be happy to see go. And the arborist has recommended removing that tree. It's actually growing into our garage currently, and we'll need to remove that to rebuild. And then also, we are gonna, just minor, we're removing a crepe myrtle also on the other side of our garage. Seemed pretty minor, but we do love the tree, so we do hate to lose it, but we're planning on keeping the rest of the landscaping and tree design, but we've got a tree protection plan in here as well. Corey's got a list of the items you guys asked for last time. Should we start there, going through, pointing out? Okay.
Yeah, so I guess main item was the accessory building, which is the 1.5-story garage. And those, looking at kind of overall site plan, so tree safe, but also wanting to see existing conditions, as you can see here, plus the hackberry shown in the top corner. Had Schneider Tree Care come out and just kind of give us a level 3 assessment of that tree as being something that will, which I've had here. But basically, you got the power lines with the fact that it's got about 4 or 5 different branching coming up, and the limited area that the roots can grow in, that this it could come down, and just the assessment of the neighbors, the pool houses, just recommending that be taken down.
And if I may touch, if this is an appropriate time to touch on dialogue which has occurred since the prior meeting with the neighbors, which has been extensive, and we did have some assistance from the architect who had actually originally provided their pool house, or some of the concerns as it related to, I'm kind of call it a view shed or view corridor from specific points on their property. We've added as a part of this package into our model. We went ahead and we were given the drawings provided by Roger Dannert, their original architect, for that, and wanted to replicate that view. And we believe we have quelled their concerns, or satisfied their concerns, by going ahead and modeling and creating imagery that would give them a very good sense of what that may appear as from their property, from key points. We're happy to do that. We believe it managed to sow some of the neighbor dialogue that this sort of process was intended to do. Again, we hope we've satisfied their concerns. Again, there've been several conversations and collaborations since our last meeting as it related to the massing, and I think some of the concerns expressed regarding the ADU.
Yeah, and we do continue to work with the neighbors on both sides of our corner back lots with their recommendations on landscaping, bushes that they wish to see planted on the back side of our garage that we don't necessarily see, so we're entertaining those offline.
If you want to go to the next page, I mean, some of the items I think we were also looking and concerned with was the height of the structure, not having that listed.
It's a significant reduction over where we were prior. We did have some things as it related to what we were referring to as a 0-0 elevation, and kind of reconciling our original drawings against grade that way. What you're seeing here with the red outline is the profile of the existing garage as it stands today, transposed against that to see the relative change. And we believe we've pulled it down about as modest as we can be and retain a combination of about between an 8.0 and a 9.0 ceiling height under the roof structure of the ADU.
Also, we were asked to look at, some of the windows, the fenestration.
Correct.
Some windows were added on the back of the building versus having a solid brick massing on the back facing the neighbors.
Yeah, increase of size of the windows and the gable, and that's again mimicking patterns that we found on the existing property, or the existing house, circa the 29, 30. And up in the gable, again mimicking those down low. So overall percentage of fenestration has increased significantly since the prior presentation.
I think widening the, making sure the material between the windows, I guess, be about 4 inches, but kind of making sure that was a little wider. I think that was also brought out on the last one.
Right, increasing to, whereas we had twin window conditions to go ahead and get the wider width. I guess it would be referred to as maybe being double mulled.
Yeah.
You're welcome to correct us on that, but we wanted to go ahead, pull that out. That some of those specifics are called out in the refreshed material for the exhibit as far as how that would be addressed. Also, upper right, you can see we did have a request for some specifications regarding the hood area and how that would be trimmed out. I'll say this applies globally. We are looking for wood trim details that are matching, at least where applicable, are matching the existing residence where we can. If we're introducing something new, such as this hood detail and whatnot, we have called that out. They're also wood, and in this case, rolled with standing seam on top.
Previous, we had standing seam on the mass of the roof, but now, going back to
That's shifted
slate.
to slate, yeah.
Shifted back to slate on this.
And again, if appropriate, we'll go ahead and try to get through these points quickly. We did on this, the streetscape survey, just to go ahead and get those comparisons of heights. We do have the full street shown as well. This one happened to be a vignette as it related to the ADU.
That would be on page 2. Couple pages.
Keep looking for it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, yes.
We'll switch
We
over.
don't want to hold you up. Additionally, then on page 3 was the tree protection plan. And again, I'll just kind of hit these bullet points and you can hit us with whatever questions are appropriate.
Excuse me, I'm just going to ask that you slow down just slightly.
Yeah. Glad to.
Thank you, sir.
Point number 4, we have added specific gate details, materials, and design.
Page 26 through.
Yeah. Again, point number 5 was the tree protection plan. As mentioned, point 6 was the restudy of fenestration on the accessory structure. Uh-oh. Point 7 was the expanses of metal roofing. Again, Katie alluded to the shifts to slate and the majority of the roofs. And we'll hop over to on the west elevation, which was also abutting the neighbors and was a part of that dialogue as discussed. Restudy of the fenestration there. We have gone through and added windows after dialogue with both Christie and the neighbors there in places that we felt were supported by their placement in the plan and were somewhat consistent with what was existing in that main house. Relative to that elevation, about the 22% of the facade area is actually new to this. So again, when viewing that facade, understand that we're just that second story sliver is the only portion that is new in that case.
Are you talking about the elevation of the garage or the house?
I'm on the west elevation of the home.
Yeah.
Here you go.
There we
Slide
go. Go to the
19.
next slide, actually. Yes.
Yes,
There you
slide
go.
20.
There we go. Yep.
Okay, so as you can see on number 4, on that western elevation, it's really just that upper right-hand corner is the extent that's actually being enacted upon. So when we look at your percentage of fenestration, we've added what on the far right would be one window in the bathroom area, and closet and master. And the way that this has been re-articulated with that mass was actually at that lower level, and the transition between the old and the new was retaining a bit of the story of the existing structure from how that had evolved in 1929. And again, we just hearkened to those similar window types to populate the new portion.
Did bring brick samples if we need those.
Yep, there are essentially two generations and types of brick used. We have the pictures here. We have the physical samples with us.
see.
And I guess point number 9, new windows proposed seem to be understated as they relate to the window style and proportion of the existing house. Again, you'll see throughout the presentation, some windows were amended 1930 build.
Yeah, and some of that's because on the west elevation also is where we aren't touching the lower half under the existing, which is the kind of the on the either side of that fireplace is got built-in type millwork there, so there's no window that we can put there. So we're adding, as many as we can in, mimicking what's already existing.
But we don't want to wear you out with narrative. We'll let you have at it, I suppose. Okay.
Jumping up, I think we jumped past the number 7, kind of the expanses, large expanses of metal roofing.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Okay. Now, I think the slide numbers we have maybe are a little off, so if we can find where we have examples of the neighbors, which on mine would be around 23, so kind of in that range, 28. Yeah, so these are also just pictures within the neighborhood of examples of accessory buildings, obviously with the metal roofing, looking and proposing for the screened-in porch addition. Which is being built in place of where the existing patio is now, so we're not expanding kind of any of the footprint of that patio. As far as the trees that are back there, drip lines or existing, foundation, and that has not already been installed. So. We all follow on kind of like the process of what we're proposing as far as the additions, the screened-in porch is a project, or is basically an addition on, but then the second level of addition of the master suite over top of the living room.
Anything else we should cover?
No, we'll see if there are questions for you. Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone on the line, Christy?
We do.
Okay.
We have 3 speakers and 1 unknown caller.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with, I believe Gay Jordan is with us. Gay, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, Gay. Is your husband speaking too?
He is not.
He's not. Okay. Can you turn off the volume on your computer?
Yes. Oh, I hear the echo.
And then if anyone's called in to speak on this, if you would please direct your attention to our chair. She's going to swear you in. So Dawn, if you're with us, Miller, Gay, and then if you have called in and you're our unknown caller and you're speaking on this, would you please be sworn in as well?
Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gay, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Gay Jordan, 909 Berkeley Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay, and feel free to make any comments you have.
I appreciate the work that's been done and lots of attention. The garage is fine. I really appreciate the garage adjustments. They're just fine. It's a very handsome addition. Uh, The west elevation continues to concern. The windows feel, across the top, feel too small. And I'm wondering if something can be done to make some adjustment. That still feels like a rather big expanse with three little windows perched on the very top. So it doesn't feel in keeping with the house or the neighborhood. So that's just my comment. And the other issue is a question. The HVAC is going to be moved. Will it be moved behind the garage? That concerns us a little because of the noise. But I couldn't find on the plans where the HVAC units will be relocated.
There's no plans for, the HVAC units are in the existing location on the side of the house, and the second story right now doesn't have HVAC unit planned for that, so.
So no change over current status quo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Miller Jordan, would you like to speak?
He is not tuned in. He's in
Okay.
another meeting. He couldn't
Gotcha.
make it.
Thanks, Gay. Don, are you with us? Cinnamon?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Were you just sworn in?
I was.
Was that a yes?
It was. Yeah.
Okay.
He said
Yes.
I was.
Okay. If you would state your name and your address and spell your last name for the court reporter, please, and then you may make your comments.
My name is Donald Cinnamon. My address is 1330 Carlton Avenue. And my last name is spelled Cinnamond.
Thank you. Feel free to proceed.
Yes, well, first off, I would like to thank everyone for allowing me to speak today. It seems that oftentimes these are always negative or concerns, whereas I'd like to offer my support to everything that the Kings are doing. They've been generous enough to take the time to bring me in and show me their plans, and so I'm able to see how this will likely affect us as well. We are probably one of the four families or the four homes that will be most affected by this, both in terms of the construction and traffic associated with that, as well as we can see the garage and where their extension of their home will be from our house. They've brought everyone in as far as all of our neighbors. They've been very helpful. They've shown us all of the concerns that the commission has had and the changes that they've made to try to address those concerns. It's been a great process, and I just want to say that I really would support them bringing more value to the neighborhood by investing in it, in their home, and I think it's a great project. So just wanted to give my support and my family's support.
Great, thank you. And if unknown caller, if you would just let us know if you're calling to speak in on this application, 901 Berkeley Avenue.
Can you hear me? Is this me?
Yes, hi.
Hello? Oh, yeah, no, I'm calling in for, I think it's number 14, 1901 South Mint.
Okay, great. It's gonna be a while to get there. So I would say
That's
maybe
fine.
call back in an hour and a half.
Sure, I can do
Okay,
that.
yeah, we don't want to waste your time
Thank you so
hanging
much.
out. Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
Perfect. That helps. Thank you.
Okay, back to you.
All right, perfect. Commissioner Heineman.
I am so sorry. I think I forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, commissioners, questions of the applicant. Commissioner Henningsen, thank you.
With the accessory building, one of the items that your project was continued on was the massing. Can we go to a slide of the garage? I'm not sure which one yet.
For elevation or 3D?
Either. Maybe you start with elevation.
14 or 15, yeah.
Yeah, let's start here. So help me understand what techniques you use to help reduce the massing of the garage. You know, just so it doesn't, you know, all your first and second story walls are all coplanar.
I think one thing that we were hearing loud and clear was we didn't want it to be imposing, thus in this case, not going up to what would be the zoning maximum with wall surface. So we've basically gotten that area out of the volume out of the second floor through what would be sort of crossing gables or oversized dormers in that case to hold that down and to generate some ceiling height. And really, in fairness, just, worked it from the bottom up for where 0 was on the elevation, took the typical header height for the garage door, the thickness of the header, compressed the structure as shallow as we could. I think we're at 11/7/8 or 11, basically a 2x12, if you will, and built it up from there just to carve out some space up there. That, in effect, I think it took it down probably several feet over where we were from our last submission.
Okay.
If you then go to, if it's okay to hop to 15 here, the lower right-hand picture of the rendering there in that case was sort of, we'll say happily, the infamous picture that started the dialogue with the neighbors over a concern that might dominate over their pool structure or in some way negatively impact them. And I think what we were able to show is that somewhat it was diminished over what maybe the mind might have suggested would have been up there, not to mention the fact that we lowered it several feet.
Okay, thank
I
you.
hope that answers your question. If not, happy
It
to.
does. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, thank you very much for being so responsive and providing all the additional information that was extremely helpful.
Thank you.
Especially the before, existing and proposed side by side. That's worth 1,000 words. I did have a couple questions. On page 20, if we go to page 20, I believe.
I think we're on that 20, is it?
Yeah, the right elevation. So the fenestration that Mrs. Jordan, I believe, mentioned, don't see a real good rhythm there, and I'm wondering if it would be possible, if you'd be willing to perhaps make those second story windows. They appear to be a little wider than the one below in the original structure, and also much shorter too.
Essentially, we mimic the top sash in that case, and the top sash only, I think if they read wider, maybe unintentional, but I can.
Oh, yeah, it definitely shows, if you blow it up, it definitely shows that it's wider than the ones below. But, and you also, the fact that you're missing, windows down on the first floor, and I understand you say we've got built-ins on both sides, and it would be difficult to add windows there, but perhaps to improve the rhythm some, perhaps some, again, taller and windows of the same width as down below. I wonder if you would consider that.
Certainly as a consideration, and, if I may, and my owner's clients are welcome to kick me here, but I think, I guess making some reference to what's happening in plan behind these. I think, we had favored when looking at this, knowing we were only working with that portion, a bit of symmetry on those. The far right window actually exists within a shower space. So we knew that, that was trying to reconcile that. We went with a slightly smaller window, which it was debated for a bit.
Which is consistent with the bathroom window on this building. If we can find that in the slide somewhere where there is a bathroom window of that exact size.
That said, on a percentage basis, I understanding where I think we're coming from for a desire for a greater amount of glass and fenestration, I think it's fair to say that perhaps the two windows to the left in particular could be modified to go ahead and more closely mimic. We wouldn't want those to be deal killers, little suboptimal ones in the closet, and one sits in the master suite in a certain way that, may or may not help furnishing, but I don't think they would be averse to that if that got us to the finish line.
Okay.
And are you asking to add existing first floor as well besides?
I understand that you have built-ins there, and we'll have to see what the rest of the board, how they feel about that, especially those architects. I think that definitely the second floor needs to be addressed, that fenestration, so. Also on that same page. The left elevation, please help me to understand what's going on there, where you say too thin, line of existing brick A and new field brick B. So are those two walls, it looks like the way that the roof is drawn, that there's a hip there, that you got one, perhaps that roof stands proud, but I think if you look at the floor plan, those two walls are coplanar. Were you talking about toothing in the brick? Is that coplanar?
Those walls are coplanar. There is a slight offset, good catch, at the roof. And I'd probably refer to the roof plan on that one to understand that.
There is an offset in the roof?
A very slight, yes, let's see here. I'm trying to find the right page to.
Yeah, it seems.
For us to see that relationship. I mean, we are going over the footprint of the existing lower level structure, the 90s addition. That said, that is ever so slightly wider than or was constructed slightly wider. Let's see, looking on the demo plans would show, okay, well, I guess upper right. You can kind of see there is a slight.
Over, sorry.
So we recenter off of the pyramidal top point of that hip when we run that ridge like perpendicular back into the new, I guess if we got to the new roof plan, that does give us a slight offset, which actually I think in the case of the marrying up the slate, in this case, it's almost the minimum we would need to get those things to marry up.
So if there's an offset in the roof, would it be possible to have some kind of a transition there? Because I know about toothing in brick and it's going to look like patchwork. I don't know if there's some way to, break it up where you can see the new versus the old without toothing it in, because it's almost impossible to get a good tooth-in job and make it look.
Point taken, particularly even with the mortar and
yeah,
you could pressure wash it all day long.
Do what it's going to do. But,
I think, and I don't think anybody would be averse if we did what would be the equivalent of sort of a belly band trim there out of the white wood, which would be carrying. I think the issue was, you say basically run a belly around where the bricks are going to carry up.
I'm asking
Okay.
Without trying to make, that.
A lot of
transition
that
by toothing
little
it
bit
in.
of remaining brick would be just like 3 or 4 feet. It's going to be kind of over an area where we're going to be opening up. So trying to keep that, I mean, I would say we do, not say we won't take that out, but it is over basically where we're going to have to head off for basically a 9-foot opening underneath it. So do we take basically the brick that we're proposing is very much the texture and all that is very real, basically almost a match, other than just you've got your here's difference here, but taking that all the way to the corner or trying to do some kind of an offset, is the other option. Just either squaring that off and then either coming out proud or
Yeah, well, if there's some way, we do like to see a transition from old to new.
Yeah.
Some kind of a transition there, so.
And I think we're open to those, and I'm looking at now, I'm kind of thinking back about some of our logic when we had that, where the point at which the two marry. And I don't know that it's a problem of handling it on two sides, but it's where it terminated on the western side. So we were, I guess, going in favor of a very gentle toothing in approach, but again, we're open.
Okay, my next question is on to the next page, page 21. And that is the connector between the new screen porch and the house.
Okay.
It looks like you've got a shed roof there. I think that there's a rendering somewhere that shows it in our 3D rendering that shows it a little better than this, but I'm trying to figure out what that's going to look like where you have a shed roof intersecting a gable. Let's see. Page 24, maybe. Yeah, page 24 will is one that shows, yeah. So you've got that shed roof somehow intersecting that gable. I personally feel
That
like
almost looks like
that's going to cause some complications. I think that perhaps a section through that shed roof and then looking back toward the porch might be in order to see how those intersections occur. Just make sure it's all-
I believe that that particular image seems to amplify something in a condition graphically that might not exist because that actually sits down lower in that situation and should be. It almost looks like it's coming from
Yeah, if we wanna look
underneath.
at the north elevation, let's go. There you go. It should be underneath.
Yeah, I think that may be a graphicism on, and our apologies on that other one, because that would sit down much lower and land completely on the gable, interior gable end face. Let's see, how should I say, where kind of should be contained within there.
I think also you have a cricket, on the other side of that roof, where it extends back, and I imagine that cricket lines up with the top of that shed roof, but I don't know. I'm just.
On the east elevation.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're gonna be infilling in that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So you've got.
I mean, we've made every attempt to make it blind, if you will, to the streetscape.
Okay.
Aware of that, and we've got, similarly with the existing sunroof, we do have some
You do
things
have
we're
those,
trying to handle delicately.
those details worked out. We might want to see the section of that. Sure, that would help your contractor. And another question on the cornice detailing on page 27. I know that you said you're just gonna mimic what's on the existing house with as far as the frieze, the cornice. I see the frieze here looks very large. I don't see a bed molding like you have on the rest of the house. It does look to be a good bit larger than what's on the house and the exposure on the house of the frieze. And so it'd be good to probably detail
Do you
that
want to
a little bit better.
pull it up shallower in that case?
I think that the exposure on the main house is, it's not that much, 6-7 inches perhaps.
There's,
Well, actually, do you have the trim,
After the
existing
brick.
trim page?
yeah, pages aren't.
Because I think we're tying in, I think that has been effectively set by a continuation of the 90s era addition. Like if I'm looking at the, let's say the north elevation. We're set. Do you have the trim comparison page?
I do have them. I don't see that in this slideshow though. Kind of hit a couple for some of the pages aren't here. Go to the very front, very near the beginning of the presentation. Set the slide down. Existing two-story residence. If you can just start that and then starting going down. There you go. Next slide. Here's kind of what existing.
We've got a handful of precedents, and I think we're open to.
And the part that on the 90s era edition is what you're looking at, but then underneath that, where you can see the kind of the beaded soffit, but also above, underneath, kind of trying to get through that tree there, or that little bit of a honeysuckle bush is the 12-inch frieze that's on the of the trim that's out there now. If you go to,
So if that lower left image, where it actually highlights the asphalt roof on that, basically that, I think that bandwidth or that exposure width was set off of that as the match as opposed to something on the 1930s or 1930 piece.
also here. This wraps around.
Oh, okay. So that's on the porch then. That's on the porch. Okay.
We took from the
All right.
nearest
I see.
adjacent
I see. So you
precedent, I
got
guess.
that precedent. Okay. One other question is on the chimney cap details. There's a rendering that shows it. If we could just if you could just provide some more chimney cap details, because in the rendering it's shown as rectangular and the elevations it's shown as square. I'm not sure what it's going to look like on the porch edition.
Do we have, if we had a cut on that one? And we had specified the elemental chimney pot.
Elemental, okay.
Yeah. See, basis of design Dorchester by Elemental. And again, if that's something that we needed to modify, we're certainly open to that dialogue, but just wanted to tie that down for you.
Okay. One last question I have is on the windows. I think that you went into you provided a lot of detail on the window selection. It looks really good, but I believe you do have brick molding and you have the historic subsill. Is that correct?
Yeah, the 2-inch sill.
Okay. And I saw
It's a
somewhere.
beaded brick mold, it's a beaded brick, kind of matches what's matching.
Okay,
there.
all right, matching what's there. And then one page I saw something about clad windows, or I think it was something typed over, but that was applying to the accessory building, but it's all wood windows, is that correct? All the new windows are wood? You did wood windows?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
all right, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. All right, other commissioners, any other questions?
Yeah, I have a few.
Okay, Commissioner Whitlock.
Bill took a bunch of the good ones.
Great minds, right?
So I just have a few. All right, on the boxing detail, you have a picture on page 10 of two different boxing details, one with the beadboard, one with this plywood. So which are you planning to match?
We would prefer the beaded, but are open to, whichever, we tend to like the beaded more, but we were pointing out the existing conditions on the house.
Yeah, the house has got this, probably beaded was probably your existing. I think there's new, or at some point probably they were replaced.
Yeah. Well, I would agree that you should go with, I think what was on the original part of the house, not the addition. That would be my opinion. So you're saying you're probably.
The beaded,
Yes,
yeah. The beaded is definitely the existing. There's,
okay.
On the existing house, there is areas of just smooth, which I think it has probably been replaced at some point prior to, ownership here.
All right, let's see, on page 37, the slate, so there's a note that so I assume by this note about the slate quarry being dried up, that you're talking about Buckingham slate?
Yeah, the Buckingham, yeah. So we are kind of in, as Pinnacle, the roofing guys, I mean, we've checked other, what they've removed on other houses, and we're not getting the exact size match yet, but we're kind of open to keeping that as an option, but he's proposed kind of, if that's not available when we're, looking at the roofs, the Spanish, which is probably the better look. Fortunately, they're in my truck right now, and I just slipped running up. I didn't realize how quick this was starting. I can get them. They're right down the street.
I mean, I was going to suggest that trying to find some reclaimed Buckingham, at least for the main house, you're going to have that coming off of that you're going to salvage. You can blend that in with the new and try to make it, because I think it'll stand out if you do the Spanish slate with the Buckingham.
That's our, definitely want to keep that option as, option number one. The stuff they pulled off recently was 2 inches too short. I mean, it's the same width, but too short. It was the Buckingham. And I have, sample of theirs, physical, what we're trying to match to.
All right. You can get a slate stretcher. You can get a-
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
On page 39, the brick blend, I'm a little confused on that. So I see you got the heavy kind of scratch wire cut with the, that's on the new edition?
Yeah, that was done on the new edition, in the
Okay.
90s.
So your two samples over here proposed, are you going to blend those two?
No, I think what we're proposing just doing nothing but the Lee brick, which is matching the existing house more of, I think what we're trying to do is separate that scratch brick, the little bit that's on the corners of the 90s edition, and just kind of separate that with the soldier course of the new, and which would match 80% of the rest of the house, and then everything that we do above that will all be the Lee brick that we have here.
So again, favoring the 1930
Yeah.
era.
Right.
Yeah.
I might suggest that you consider maybe, because you're missing some of the color range in that sample. That's, if you look at that existing 1920s era brick. So, maybe see if Lee has another brick with another, and do a blend.
That darker purplish. Yeah.
That would just be something I think you could, I think you got a good start with that, but I think you could do better with, and possibly a blend would be the way to do it. That's all my questions. Thank you. And
Thank you.
I agree with Bill. Y'all, great job, listening and coming back with a lot of positive changes.
Thank you.
Christy was very helpful, steering us in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the things we requested was a tree protection plan.
Yes.
Maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see a tree protection plan. I see a plan where you've identified the trees to remain and the trees to leave, which we understand, but I don't see anything in the way of tree protection. What does that mean? What are you going to do to protect the trees? Are you going to put fencing up?
Yeah. I mean,
How are you going to protect them, and particularly those that might be up closer to the building where there could be some construction activity very close to root zones and those kinds of things? What is the plan?
Okay,
That's not, that right there is not a tree protection plan.
understand.
I think
So the trees that, I'm assuming and having conversations with some of the staff is that we're looking obviously to protect the large species, the cedar and the willow oak. The other smaller trees, the cherry, ones like that, are those ones that you want to see protected? I mean, in our best case, we don't keep that tree, but is that one if we had to
The 10-inch cherry is probably closest to any, if you will, new construction within range. Obviously, the hackberry we're proposing be removed. You have existing documentation on, I believe is it the 40-inch?
We can do a barrier like a orange mesh barrier, or orange fence barrier.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you need like a write-up of the pruning that we're talking about doing as far as kind of pruning back the cedar, the deodar, kind of, that's. Yeah, and just a note kind of is, as far as the construction goes, I mean, we're, the drip line or the, what you see there, none of the new construction would be kind of impeding on those
That's,
drip lines. Yeah.
that's a good story.
Yeah.
I can take you to 10,000 places around here where they said that's what they were going to do, and they didn't. So we'd like to see what you're going to protect. Okay? Where that drip line is. Your arborists can, they do them all the time.
Because we did have the arborist out, so is that just something we asked to just send like a letter to confirm none of these trees will be impacted by the?
He can help you prepare a tree protection plan and a list of things that you might want to consider doing or that you should do to make sure that those trees survive during your construction process.
We have examples. We have examples I can help you with.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
All right, thanks Commissioner Whitlock, thanks Commissioner Hayden, Commissioner Walker, and then Commissioner Henningsen.
Thank you. Did I miss it? Did you provide permeable calculations for the backyard from the original historic structure?
We have not, or when you say original historic, prior to the 1990 era.
Yeah, you need to do that just as part of this application. And it needs to be measured from just the original historic structure.
How would one count the 90s era addition? We just want that called out as a separate figure?
You're going to measure it from where the original historic structure is, and that is not the 90s addition. And that would be the area that you need to calculate what your permeability is.
It's in there. Survey.
So what Commissioner Walker is saying is that this is the back of the house. Here's the rear yard. And then you subtract out the roof to the 90 addition, the roof to all this concrete. And then you also subtract out this new building. So you'll show before and after. I have a worksheet I can send you that explains it all.
Thanks, Christy.
Sure.
Okay, Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, just kind of going back to the trees. Have you received the letter from Snyder Trees saying the hackberry is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that in our supplemental information, Chris?
Yeah, here it is.
Everything was due yesterday by noon since we're hybrid, so we could post online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we close? Going once, going twice. All right, let's close for deliberation. All right, and let the record show that Commissioner Murin is leaving the building. All right. Commissioner Goodwin, why don't you kick us off in conversation?
Should I start over?
Yes, please, sir.
Okay, well, I think that most of my concerns were addressed with the questions that I had to the applicant earlier, in particular, the shed dormer, the connector between the house and the new screened porch. Also need more detailing at the porch cornice, the new screen porch cornice, column and beam, need some more details there, the frieze and the crown. Also on the accessory building as well, the cornice details in both locations. So, I mean, I've got, a list of things here that I think need to be added.
Why don't we do this in order to make the best use of our time? Let's go down the list of reasons why it was continued and speak to those. It is a long list. It was their first time. And so hopefully the list won't be as long this time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry, we can't hear on WebEx.
You just start over again.
Yes.
The reasons that it was discontinued, as far as the accessory building, the massing, the Zotwell survey, I believe showed that there's not a massing issue, that it fits very well in the context. The window mullion trim needed on the paired windows, they address that. They provide a window trim detail that's been provided as well. Bracket and roof hood materials and details. I did not bring that up earlier, but I want to probably add that as well to provide some more details on the barrel top. Door design materials and specifications, including garage doors. I think that those were addressed. On the addition, provide manufacturer specifications that meet HDC standards for the new windows. Those have been provided. Window materials and specifications, those were provided. Material underneath inset windows on rear and left elevations. Sorry, I'm not, can somebody help me on that one?
Did you see that, Commissioner Whitlock?
Inset windows.
No, not familiar.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing it. Anyone see that?
What was the?
Okay, so right now I have that we need 1A4 and we need 1B3. Okay, all right, let's keep going.
Column materials, dimensions, and details. I think that we need more information on those items. For the site plan, tree, species, size, location on the site plan that's been providing. HVAC location screening, that was addressed. No changes there. Dimensions and materials for site work, including driveways, walkways.
I didn't see that. Okay, so we need to address that. So that is 1C3. And we also need 1C4. Pointed out by Commissioner Walker.
1C4 is provide, oh yes, rear yard permeability calculations. We still need that.
And as related to that, there is no pavement connecting the adjacent structure or the auxiliary structure, the driveway, and the back of the house. I suspect there will be some kind of walkway connecting those, and that will count in your impervious surface calculation. So you'll need to have something showing there.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Hayden. Phil, let's give you a little breather. Commissioner Whitlock, do you want to pick up at 2? Yeah.
Okay, so for 2, photographs documenting the condition of the existing accessory building, yes, you have that. Add the elevations to the Zotwell streetscape. Yes. Provide the gate details. Now, I saw a note that it would match existing. I'm not sure I saw a detail.
It's in there.
Did I miss that?
It's in
Okay.
there.
Okay, so yes. Provide tree protection plan. I think we've determined that we need something a little more comprehensive than what we received. Study the fenestration on the accessory structure. Yes. Study large expanses of metal roofing. Yes, that's been addressed with the switching to slate in large amount of slate, restudy the fenestration of the main house addition, west elevation.
We could use a little more work there.
Yeah, we discussed that, and I think there was some, we were asking for some rethinking of the smaller windows on the second floor,
And the lack of windows on the first floor.
lack of windows on. Let's see, I guess 9 is kind of related to that. I think we partially, they partially address 9.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
We could go a little further there. Mm-hmm.
And number 10, provide a more logical presentation of the slides, provide existing side-by-side proposed house elevations, accessory building elevations, and site plan. So I think we have quite a few elevations side by side. I would have to say that has been fulfilled.
Mm-hmm. I agree. So by my notes, we have 1A4 that needs to be addressed. We have 1B, 3, 4, and 5 that needs to be addressed still. We have 1C3, 1C4, 5, 8, and 9.
And what's missing?
Those are the ones that are missing.
No, I mean, what, in addition to that, what are other
Yeah.
things that have come up? I know Phil had mentioned something about a porch and a connector. Is there anything else?
Mm-hmm.
Chimney cap details. Yeah, chimney cap details. The walkway, house to accessory building, if that is to be.
Yeah, just a moment, Phil, please. Christy, what should we be doing here? Because that wasn't on our list of things of reasons why this was continued.
Continued it for materials, right, and details? Like,
Mhm.
to me, that's a material and detail.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right. All right, Commissioner Goodwin?
I think that's all in addition to what was previously stated.
Okay.
And it also say the letter from the arborist needs to be added into the application.
Oh,
Mhm.
yes.
Mhm. Okay. Anything else?
I would just think that a confirmation on the final plans of the boxing details,
Mm.
maybe more clarity on the slate. And then I'd like to see another brick sample that might be a little closer.
Okay, all materials, so that, yeah.
What additional clarity are you looking for in the slate?
The choice, I would be concerned with using Spanish slate mixed with Buckingham slate. I think it's going to be evident.
Okay.
It's pretty good, but if you're trying to blend it together, it's going to be tough.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like it's time for a motion. And I'm going to guess that, because I see you writing, Commissioner Goodwin. That's what you get for writing. If you, sir, will lead us in a motion, and of course, we'll work as a team. Yes. Oh, Commissioner Heineman.
Thank you. I have Christy, could you go to slide 19, please? A couple of comments that I think play directly into the list that you've already got with Commissioner Goodwin, so maybe we can just fill those out a little bit. So on slide 19, if you can zoom in on the east proposed, the third one down on the right. Commissioner Goodwin, I think you really have caught something with this shed roof thing, and I don't think it's actually low enough to pass the gable. You can see in this drawing where it is coming through on the other side. And so I do think that that needs to be revisited in the roof messing. I'm looking for the that was in the continuation. I think that does need to be revisited there. The other thing is, Christy, if you can zoom out a little bit. And I understand where this is coming from with building the second story over the existing footprint. But there is both a lot of visual weight over this like kind of light column existing structure, and also a lot of physical weight over this like light column existing structure with the brick. And I understand the intention to match the brick, but I think this plays into both the fenestration continuation and the beam column comments in the continuation. So I'm gonna look at the top right proposed, but also the one that we were just zoomed in on, the east proposed. If you can zoom in on that, Christy. Here, I think what we're looking at is this beam column detail where there's this columnar structure to the previous addition, and then we're putting a kind of a brick soldier course across the top of that. And I just think we're going to need to see that in more detail to understand that relationship, since beam column relationships are such a critical issue for us in projects in general. And so I think this visual weight and physical weight has a lot to do with both the fenestration, and I would tie it into our rhythm guideline because it's the rhythm of solid and voids, right? And what these beam column relationships are when we add all of this brick on top of these columns. Because it's large fields of brick over what appears to be like a lightweight column system. And then the last thing, again, and I think this is really consistent with everything that's already on Commissioner Goodwin's list, is the tree protection plan actually needs to be kind of thoroughly outlined in the architectural drawings, because if we're sincere about saving the tree, then it needs to be on the drawings in the field for people to see it. So I think, we're seeing time and time again where we get a letter from an arborist and we put it in the HDC application, but there's not any real continuity with what happens in the field. So we don't want to be disingenuous about it, right? Like the tree protection plan needs to actually be written out on the permitted drawings that are going to be in the field. That's all I've got.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Heineman. You added the ta-da to our list. All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
I'll make a stab at this, and I'm sure I'm going to need some help. But I'll make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. We need more detail on the accessory building hood. We need to restudy the fenestration at the left elevation. We need to restudy the connection on the left elevation between the old brick and the new brick. Consider a line of demarcation and not toothing in there, some technique to make that happen without having to tooth it in. We need to restudy the shed roof connector, and specifically to provide a section through that shed roof and looking toward the new porch to see how those two roofs will intersect. We need more detailing at the porch and accessory building cornice. We need details of those cornices, the frieze, the crown, and also the column and beam. At the new porch, we need a section showing the column and beam details. We need more detail at the brick rowlocks over the new rear elevation windows. Provide additional chimney cap details. We need, on the site plan, we need to specify the rear yard, we need to add rear yard permeability calculations. And if a walkway is to be added between the house and the accessory building, that should be shown on the site plan. We need a tree protection plan, and that needs to be provided eventually on the permitted drawings. We'd like more clarity on the slate. And I think one thing to ensure there is that the reclaimed slate be used, since the existing slate has such an aged look. A new slate would, as Commissioner Whitlock mentioned, it would really stand out. We need dimensions and materials for the driveway and the walkway. And we're also asking for an improved match for the brick.
All right. I'm going to give you some standards to attach to that. Okay. Let's see here. 6.13 would be roof forms and materials. 6.14 addresses your cornices and trim. 6.15 addresses the windows. 6.18 addresses the materials. 8.2 addresses the parking, the driveway. 8.5 addresses the trees. 'Team, what are we missing? What standards are we missing? Okay. All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by Commissioner Henningsen. Do we have further discussion of the?
Just a friendly amendment to add the letter from the arborist into the application.
Accepted, Commissioner Goodwin. Okay. All right. Do we have further discussion of the motion? Okay. Let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Question.
We can talk after. Yeah, we're gonna keep going.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so our next application is 814 East Boulevard.
We're going to need that 10-minute break.
We need a break now?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm
I'll
heading your
note
way.
that I believe maybe we might be losing Commissioner Hinman after this break. So I didn't know if we wanted to get started.
Let's see here. Okay, so question, the team. The next one is 814
Okay.
East Boulevard. So can we,
You need a break?
can
Okay.
we make that work? I don't want to lose Commissioner Heineman on this one.
I don't, I'm
not decision, I'm just.
Yes, Jessica?
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the end of that application either way, to be honest. I'll stay for as long as I can, but I have a hard stop tonight, unfortunately.
I think they just want some input from you.
We
Okay,
do.
sure. Okay.
So
Then the break is fine. I have time.
And we'll,
So we were ready to go. Commissioner Hayden said he'll sit this one out. So let the record show Commissioner Hayden has recused from this one.
okay,
We're ready to go, and then we'll take our 10-minute break after this, okay? Okay, we'll have a minute.
we have, okay. Yeah, Candy needs to switch out and I need to bring up the, but while we do, we can see if, Robbie and Jill are with us and swear them in. Robbie, Jill, are you with us?
Here.
You've been sworn in?
Not yet.
Okay, we're gonna do
Oh.
that first, and please be sure to speak up loud and clear.
All right, if you will raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, we can't hardly hear y'all, so please, please speak loud and clear. The application was continued from May 11th meeting for 7 items listed in the memo. The revised proposal overview is on page 2 of the memo, and staff comments are on page 3. I'm just going to jump right in and start with page 6. Jill and Robbie, before you get started, please state your names and your addresses and spell your last names for the court reporter, please.
My name is Jill Smith Wheelock, SMITH hyphen WHEELOCK, 3427 Seward Place, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28211.
And my name is Robbie Johnson, JOHNSON. Address is 1605 Sterling Road, Charlotte, 28209.
Okay. The floor is
Okay.
yours.
Okay. So this time I thought I'd just start directly addressing the things that we talked about. So
Okay.
on page 6,
Jill, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You are really muffled and we cannot hear you. If you can get closer to the microphone, please.
okay, maybe I can turn it up. Is that any better?
Slightly.
Hello?
That's better.
Okay, I think the computer was turned down. My apologies.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, so on page 6, we started addressing point number 1, which was the gable and front dormer and the rhythm of those pieces. We've altered some of the gable detail. We feel like it kind of ties them together a little better. We have increased the height of the window in the dormer, and as we go to our next thing, we talk about the light pattern of the windows, and we've changed the number of lights in the grouping of 3, from the 686 to the 464. We feel like that gives it a more consistent look with the windows on the first floor. And then if you go to page 7, it kind of addresses we have all of these on the same page just to give you a sense of all the different windows and the lights. And we feel like we really focused on this little, I can't read it, I'm so sorry. The little window on the driveway side elevation that is small. We looked at all of the windows and tried to make the lights more consistent as we looked at the house. We changed the lights on the groupings of the windows on the cantilevered section on the back to 3 groupings of those 4, 6, 4 windows. And now all the way around that cantilevered section, the windows are the same height, even though they don't exactly match. So the details for the windows and trim are on our page 4. I'm not going to read that to you. Y'all are certainly more expert at this than me, but we're trying to share and show our details of the windows and the trim and the consistency and relationship of the heights of the windows. As we go to page 9, this is where we're trying to share the details of the trim and the porch beam and the columns. We just looked at all the window mold conditions, and these are our details of the column size and the porch sections and details of the eaves and the cornice. It's part of where we're trying to share these additional details. The HVAC screen is actually on the big plan, so we'll look at that in a second. Page 6 is more details about windows, and then there's a detail about the bridging structure, the metal requirements and the metal size, and then this bridge interior exterior piece that's on the bottom right side, that shows, it's kind of hard to see what that is, but what that is it's the historic building and how we are putting the bridging piece up against it without removing pieces of the old building. So we're kind of building a protection against it, attaching to that. And we can certainly look at it later, but this specific drawing relates to the photo that's on page 93, or you can see this space on page 21 or page 49. We can certainly go back to that later if you'd like to.
Jill, do you want me to go to slide 33?
How about we just go to 21? I think it's 21 is the closest one to us.
Is it 21 in the red numbers or 21 on the PDF?
Yeah. I think it's 21 on the red numbers. I think it's 21 on the red numbers. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We can see it on that one. Okay. So if you look on the lower drawing, you can see that there's a grouping of 3 windows on the bottom story of the historic building. And those 3 windows hide all of the working innards of an elevator and the elevator itself. So you can't tell that from the outside, but those windows will remain completely intact. We've worked hard to protect them from the inside and now from the outside. Right now, there's a piece of railing that lands right where those 2 windows connect. What we're going to do is take that railing away, and then we're going to use this drawing that's back on your page 10 now, and that's what's going to go up against between those 2 windows, so that we're not affecting those windows. One of those is, I believe, an original window. It's wonderfully wavy, and we're just going to lay it right up against there so that what we have will be just protected and supported, and we'll run it right there where we already have kind of a railing running, and then go across to the new side, which will be treated the same way, but obviously doesn't have the importance to protect it quite like this does. Okay, so sorry, that was a lot of details. On page number 11, the site plan at our last meeting, I think the sidewalk dimension was missing on the site plan, so we've added that back in. It's a 4-foot sidewalk. Also, that sidewalk is existing, so that's not a proposed sidewalk. That's one we're going to keep and work with, kind of maintaining it and protecting it so that it doesn't get damaged during the construction, and then add it back in to make sure it goes to just the right spot, but it will be mostly old steps and old sidewalk. Page 12 is our site plan with both of the houses on it and option 2. And I know that y'all see a lot of houses, so I'll just remind you. Option 1, which is not on the plan this time, was to join across in the front building, which you all gave us some feedback that wasn't an acceptable choice. So that's not an option anymore, but just to keep things clear. Option 2 is the bridging across the 2 staircase landings in the middle of the stair. So that's showing this option. And then if you go to page 13, option 3, which forgive me for presuming, but I think is the option we were all hoping for, which is bridging only across the back. So this just shows the look of just the bridging. It is a 2-story piece that's bridging across the back of the building. So page 14 is is option 2, and page 15 is option 3 of the, I'm sorry, I can't say that, streetscape. Showing both the buildings, both the 2 pieces of the bridging and the single bridging piece in the streetscape. Page 16 is, again, the attachment of option 2, both buildings, and you can see where we're landing the connection piece there on the back. And you did ask us to reevaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the placement of the bridging component for option 2. There just aren't any choices. As you look at the placement on the historic building directly beneath, the ceiling is 6'8". I went and remeasured it in that bathroom under the stairs, which is not acceptable. And then, as I said, from the edge of that bathroom under the stairs, almost to the door that we propose to remove there, is elevator, machine room, and elevator itself. So there's really no place to move it back, which is, I know, what you guys were looking for. So we had to leave it where it was. We noticed that there was a lot of discussion at the last meeting about from the street or from the sidewalk. So the next several pages are 3D renderings, but closer and then further away, kind of a sidewalk view and then an in the street view, so that you could get a chance to kind of have those views that y'all were kind of unsure of how that would affect. So there's some really close-up views. And then, say, page 19 is option 2, but that's from a car that's beyond the sidewalk and what you would see. And then the same thing, opposite direction. And I would remind you that, of course, there are no bushes and we can't really see anything between the buildings. If they were built, we couldn't see anything between them because of all of the plants, and we have an enormous crepe myrtle that's not shown on these drawings, but it gives you a sense of what you would be looking at. And then as you get to, oh, and I'm sorry, and then page 21 is all the way across the street. I've never seen East Boulevard that slow, but anyway, that's kind of the across the street view and some more distant views of option 2 and a view of the back on page 23. And a not terribly accurate view of the back on page 24. The house is absolutely great, but the parking lot is not very accurate, just not that flat. And then we have option 3, which is just pared down option 2, of course, with just the one bridging piece. And I have both the drawings and then multiple views of the 3D renderings from different angles and distances as we go through those. And I just wanted to give you more views because I know that it would be nice to see more, and you couldn't quite see more. The 3D rendering would be great if I could share it with y'all and you could like turn it and look at it and do all those things, but apparently it doesn't work that way. So that kind of takes me to the end. I do have a comment on materials, which is page 31. It's going to be a wood frame building, and of course it has a brick foundation, and it's going to have architectural shingles. In the notes it says hardboard, but I had actually selected Nichiha, the smooth product Nichiha. I noticed in, I think it was Project 8 that you were reviewing, that you talked about a 3/4 inch product for siding, and my product, my Nichiha product is a 1/2 inch product, and I didn't actually find a 3/4 inch product. So I'd be happy to use that if y'all could point me in that direction, because that's what I'm thinking about. And I think that's everything. I tried to be fast.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Christine, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We do. We have 2 callers. I don't know if they're for this application or not.
Okay.
Hello, if you have called into the meeting, we're going to take you off of mute. If you would just let us know if you're calling in about 814 East Boulevard. A yes or no is fine.
No, I am not.
Thank you.
Yes, I am.
Okay, number 7, you are?
If I'm number 7.
Okay, I think so. And may I ask who's calling?
Yeah, this is Chris again.
Okay, great. We're gonna need to get you sworn in.
I
It's
already
Chris
did
Murr?
with the applicants. Yep.
Oh, so you've already been sworn. Okay, hi, Chris. Welcome.
Hey.
Welcome, Chris. Usual. Yeah, welcome. Okay, so we're gonna turn it over. If you would state your name and your address to the court reporter and make any comments you'd like to make.
Sure. My name is Chris Murn, M-U-R-Y-N. I live at 1614 Anderson Street, Charlotte, 28205. And I just wanted to call in and support and thank the applicant. There was a lot of discussion on this the last go around, and I really, want to give a high five to option 3. I know they were a little bit hesitant when we talked about this last time, but from a program, whatever you guys had to work out, I really feel like this is going to be a very cool project. And how you're dealing with the original finished floor elevations and calling those out with your bridge, I think is really going to be a project that we can point to in the historic district for years to come as, a great way of blending the old and the new. I'm sure everybody else has got comments too, but I just wanted to call in as I'm being the chauffeur for my toddler to get him home and thank you for all that.
Thanks for calling in, Chris. Enjoy your toddler.
We'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, bye.
Okay, that's it.
All right, perfect. Okay, commissioners.
Let's start with Commissioner Hinman because she's got to hit the road.
Oh, yes, let's do that. Thank you, Chrissy. Commissioner Hyman, please.
Sure. Yeah, I only have a couple of minutes actually. I'm so glad that Commissioner Meehan called in and said that, and I just want to echo the same sentiments. I am excited about this project, and I think that the applicants have really gone so far above and beyond on the exhibits that they've provided to us. And this is really outside of the box, right, for what we've seen in the Dilworth Business District. And I think all of that effort does not go unnoticed, right? I think we are all incredibly grateful for the effort for all of the additional exhibits and the care with which they've approached the project. I'm going to let you guys handle most of it. I think I have one minor question, which is the pattern in the front gable over the front porch appears to be different in the renderings and the elevations. And the fan light pattern so this is which slide? Slide 28. This is a gable end pattern that I'm used to seeing in this style, but in the elevations, it's more of kind of a fan pattern. And I just wanted to get the applicant's take on that.
We considered both, and clearly we didn't come to a conclusion when we pulled all our drawings together. So we liked both of those and genuinely don't have a preference even now. To me, that looks like an M. I like the M. And I'm fine with a big M and a small m if that's more historically accurate. I really don't have a preference. It was just kind of a trying to tie the two together piece. So we could easily do a little M up top too, if that's better.
I think we are on slide 6 here, and it's kind of the fan quality in the front porch that I think it strikes me as something I haven't seen before. I think if the vertical elements are added back in, it's gonna look more contextual to me. And I think once the vertical elements are added back in, these oblique elements tend to take on a similar angle to each other that just feels more contextual. It's funny, I'm laughing at myself because I think that this connector piece is so outside of the box, and I'm very, very, very excited about it. And I haven't seen anything like it. And then of course I'm responding to this fan light pattern and I'm like, I haven't seen anything like that. So I think I'm inclined to go with the more like stylistically typical approach to the gable end pattern, which is the one we're seeing in the models. Unless we can find a precedent for this kind of fan approach to it. Other than that, I'm really happy with what I'm seeing in this application. I'm very excited about this project, and just have to
Yeah.
commend you guys for the effort that you put into partnering with us on it.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Heineman.
Can we ask if Commissioner Heineman has a preference for option 2 or option 3?
Hello?
Hello,
Yeah, I think,
Can you guys hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
hear you.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
You can't hear us? Hello? Oh,
Can you hear us?
we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, yes, I'm sorry.
We lost.
I'm so sure I didn't hear a word you said. And you look so-
Okay. So we were at a point where Commissioner Heineman was going to give you her opinion on whether she liked 2 or 3 better.
Oh, okay, please do.
Amongst the commissioners, I feel like I have the least strong opinion about this, to be perfectly honest. So I'm going to lean heavily on the other commissioners for that kind of response. But I'm excited that you made the landing work. I think it's really cool.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Commissioner Heineman. And thank you for sticking around just a little longer. Let the record show that Commissioner Heineman has left the meeting. Okay. All right. Other commissioners, questions for the applicants? Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, I have a few. While we're on the subject of that front porch gable, and this image in particular, it appears that the porch beam, and this may just be a result of the rendering, appears that the porch beam overhangs the columns, and from the construction drawings, I think it doesn't. So would you just reflect on that a little bit and explain the intent there?
It would not overhang. It would be per the drawings. The renderings are done by a third party, and sometimes they just don't get things quite right. So
Liberties. Yeah.
yeah, no, I understand that. So, and trying to go back and forth with them, sometimes it's impossible. But so the drawings are correct. The renderings needs to be tweaked, but it would not overhang.
All right, and could you go to the front elevation, Christy, please? I don't know where I saw it. There was a note indicating the material between the battens of that front porch gable. I believe it said board and batten. Can you?
Slide 6, I think, is this it?
Can you clarify what material you all are proposing to use there between the battens of the gable?
We would use a hardy board there on the flat area, and then just put the battens as part of the gable.
Okay, so just to clarify, the battens are the diagonal pieces and the vertical pieces.
Yes, the diagonal pieces would be the battens.
Okay, so you're not proposing in the panelized space of the gable for that to be board and batten.
No, we don't.
Okay. I think we may need to yeah, that's just a little confusing because normally we wouldn't see board and batten in the panel area, but it sounds like that's not what you're trying to do anyway. And then can you clarify the dimension between the two buildings, or the sky bridge, or whatever you want to call it, length? It seems a little like in the elevations, the dimension between the two seems wider. In the floor plans and the site plans, it seems to be narrower.
It does. It's 15 feet. It's 15.3 feet is the width between the two buildings. So that would be the distance spanned.
15.3. And if y'all can elaborate a little bit, what was the distance between the two existing houses before the fire?
15.3 feet.
Yeah, we measured and copied the exact dimension between the two buildings.
That solves it. Thank you. Let me go through my notes here. So looking at this front elevation, I'm just a little concerned about the proximity of that dormer. Perhaps some of the contractors and the commission can speak to this as well. Just worried there's a little bit of a waterproofing issue there, as well as just a general massing and form language. And I can kind of see what you're trying to do. It looks like you're trying to align that dormer with the windows below. I don't know that that's absolutely necessary. And of course, we'll ask some of the other commissioners if they agree. But I would argue that that dormer could be offset a certain amount just so that we don't have a waterproofing issue at that valley.
Okay, so I hear you. And we've actually had feedback, I think, 2 meetings ago that it needed to be brought into relationship with the first floor in some way or related in some way, which is, I think, how it got placed there. So I think it started to the left a little more, and we have moved it in to make it relate to the columns and the windows below from a previous meeting.
I think I remember that being stated, but to your point, Commissioner Barth, I completely agree with you. And I was going to ask you and our builders and other architects, like, are the windows too small on that? Is the dormer too big? It feels like and I don't know how to put it in the correct terminology, but it seems like the dormer is, for lack of a better way to put it, too stately. Like it needs to be smaller. It needs more open space. And I completely agree that at the size that it is now, that it should go over a little. But I think to Jill's point, we were asking for some kind of connection to the first floor, but we were also asking that it be made smaller.
So I don't recall the exact conversation in the previous meeting. Totally get that. Looks great in elevation, having the relationship top to bottom. But to Commissioner Parati's comments, I think the dormer could afford to be a little bit smaller. The window relationship could be helped a little bit, maybe shorter sill height and the dormer absorbed into the main roof volume a little bit, and that would solve your waterproofing issue. Let's see.
So if I may ask, do you mean smaller as in shorter or smaller as in narrower?
Potentially both.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Well, the size of the dormer relates to a room that is there. So if we narrow that up, the room may become unusable. Probably get too narrow.
Yeah, that is.
Could that front-facing wall be pushed back towards the rear of the house a few inches, 6 inches, a foot? And then the sills brought up?
You're talking taking the face of the dormer and pushing it back 6 inches.
Correct.
That could be done, and the window sills could be lifted. And in terms of that waterproofing, I mean, as we detail the building, I'll make sure that the waterproofing is done properly there, and we have the proper clearance. That would need at least 8 inches minimum to get that waterproof. So we'll make sure that works. We'll tweak that.
Great. Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. And then let's see. I will say bridge connection is fantastic. Love it. I do, personally prefer option 3. It comes in at all the existing historical floor plate heights. We don't have the busyness, the shadow lines, the interruption of the glazing with the front bridge. So I think, in my opinion, at least 3 is preferred. And I think that's it. The rest of the questions were answered.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Any other commissioners have questions? Yes, Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, I mean, again, just looking at the staff analysis, if we can go to a picture of the rear elevation, just wanted to ask, is there a compelling reason? I'll wait till we get there. On the rear elevation, is there a compelling reason that skinny window is that skinny size?
It's a bathroom.
Okay.
So is your question saying, why did we take the sill lower than the other 3 windows?
Yes.
Or why is it narrow?
Yes. the above.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a bathroom, so I don't tend to put a full window in a bathroom that people will walk by. So it'll be mostly covered or shaded or something like that, so it's private. But and maybe y'all remember this, y'all do talk about a lot of different houses, but the old building had a lot of different windows. It was kind of a hodgepodge. And when we put our first presentation, all of the windows were very uniform and consistent, and we got feedback that that was pretty boring and not nearly as charming as the original building, which was absolutely true. So we were just trying to add a little bit of interest.
Perfect. No, thank you. And I hope the toilet isn't right in front of the window. It's big.
That's one of the reasons it's so narrow, so it won't be.
Good.
Yes, Commissioner Barth.
If I can make a suggestion, that is the only what appears to be a casement window with a full light pattern, divided light pattern on it. I would suggest picking one of the smaller double hung windows or potentially a top sash only awning style window like you have on the second floor for that room. I think just being the only casement window on the house seems a little odd, but otherwise.
I can definitely do that. The historic bathroom on the second floor of the old house had that casement. I mean, it was actually a little smaller, but it was that same light pattern. So it's based in some history, but if it's not an acceptable choice in a new building, I can change it.
All right, thank you, Jill. Okay, any other questions, commissioners, before we close for deliberation? What is the total height from grade to ridge?
If you take the average from the center of the building.
Or you could give it to us both right and left side at the front. Please, sir.
I figured it from the center, which is 29 feet, 6 3/4. On the right-hand side,
I'm sorry, Robbie, what was that number?
the center average is 29 feet, 6 3/4.
Okay.
Plus one. And on the right-hand side, 26, 8 3/4. And then on the, no, excuse me, I didn't, that's from the floor. So it would be,
Is this one?
the center is 29 6 3/4.
And it's a 1.5 feet less one way and a 1.5 feet more on the other side.
That's true. So there's a 1.5 feet to the right and a 1.5 feet to the left. Let me calculate that for you real quick.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you so much. All right, so if we don't have additional questions, we will close for deliberation. All right. Commissioner Barth, will you kick us off in conversation about this one? Lead us in discussion.
I think this one has made leaps and bounds from the previous iterations on, as we see in this current. There are a few clarifications I think we would probably need to see. Staff brought up porch railing section details, column to beam connection section details. I think we'd need to see those items. The porch gable batten configuration, as Commissioner Hyman brought up, I don't think we need to see that because we have seen versions of it in this application. But I would like to indicate that we prefer the rendered version, not the fan version as we see it here. I would like to probably see further clarification inside, as to what the materiality is inside the panels of those said gables. I would probably promote option C as far as the sky deck goes. I'm calling it sky deck. That's what it's technically called.
Option 3.
What did I say?
C.
C, sorry, 3. The casement window on the rear, I would prefer to see a window style that we use here on the, the rest of the windows, consistent. It doesn't have to be, so unusual that it's the only window in my opinion, but we'll see if other commissioners agree. And then, there's some drawing consistency issues that I think staff pointed out that I would imagine could be approvable by staff, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing this anyway because of some of the things I mentioned earlier.
Okay. Yep. I'm just going to put my vote out there for option 3 as well. I think that this is something that's new to our districts, and I think it's a sensitive way to introduce it. I agree with you about the window on the rear elevation, and it sounds like that's something that Robbie and Jill are willing to consider. Just looking at our list, the reasons why we continued it, the gable and the front dormers, we wanted a restudy of that, and I still feel the same way about the front dormer. At this point, I feel like it's a little too large for the space that it's occupying, and I feel like it needs more open space included in it. There was consistency of heights and patterns on windows. That's what we wanted to see, and I think that they have done that. Again, I'll just reiterate that the skinny window on the rear elevation, as well as the windows in the dormer, still remain a challenge for me personally. I think that the third point, reason why we continued this, provide additional details in regard to trim, porch beam and column, eaves and cornices, so on and so forth. I still think that we need some clarification on some of those things. Site plan include all required components. I think we have that, don't we? Yeah. Show the proposed building and connector in the Zatwell streetscape. I think for me, it's one thing to see a 2-dimensional drawing. It's another to see a 3-dimensional rendering. So thank you, Robbie and Jill, for providing that. And further detailing, so per Secretary of Interior standards, reevaluate option 2 and its strengths and weaknesses. I think that's a moot point because it sounds like option 3 is the one that so far the majority of us prefer. And further detailing for column size, porch section showing beam, column detail, so on and so forth. Again, still need some help on that. So is there, those are the reasons why we continued this. Is there, to put it in PJ's words, anything else that we need to be considering that speaks to these points? Okay, well, why don't we try and float a motion? Commissioner Barth, you feel up to it? Or Commissioner Barth, will you? And of course, we've got your back. We'll get you with standards and friendly amendments and such.
Okay. I will make a motion.
And someone's going to second that.
I
Sorry.
am leaning towards a continuance while the applicant has checked a lot of these boxes. I think we still need to see just a little bit more information, I think, just to get us there on some of these details and some of the smaller things we mentioned. So I will try to hit on those if I can. I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the following items. The front dormer over the porch, we would like to see the batten configuration reflected as indicated in the renderings. We also would like to see additional clarification as to the materiality of the panels inside the gable ends between these battens. For the dormer on the second floor front elevation, requesting that the applicant reanalyze the size and its relationship to the front porch roof, taking into consideration its adjacency to the roof line. And I would like to lend a suggestion that the applicant might look at the previous house in this location to inspiration. We also need to see additional cornice, trim, beam to column details, railing details, and beams aligned with the columns. You know, we need to see additional details with regard to that. And I believe, do we have a section on that?
This is old standards, yes? Christy?
Outlined on page 1 of the memo. I need to double check, but I think so.
I think that would be section 611.
Yes, 2021, yes.
Okay,
14. And perhaps 615.
Did you say 612 also, Chris? For the windows?
612. 612 as well.
All right.
Additionally, we would like to indicate that we are in favor of option 3 for the sky bridge. The other options are not approved at this time.
Okay. All right.
Just one more.
Yeah.
On the rear elevation, we would also request that the applicant restudy the casement window to be more in keeping with the window style on the rest of the new construction. Did I miss anything? Because that would be 612 as well.
I don't think so. Oh, wait, Commissioner Walker?
Well, I just have a question. Is it possible that these items, while they're important, they do seem, I think that they are staff approvable in my opinion, but I could be wrong.
Christy's saying no, and I can say that the dormer, for example.
Yeah, I think the front dormer is definitely not, and I would need a lot more direction on the window. But I like the way you're thinking, Jill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're very close. So stick with us, Robbie and Jill, please. Okay. So motion made by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second for the motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Goodwin. Do we have further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to continue passes 7-0. We're so close again. Thank you so much, Robbie and Jill. Just stick with us a little longer. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, now,
Make an announcement.
yeah, now we need 10 minutes.
We need 10 minutes.
But I also,
And make an announcement about hearing the next two.
yeah, okay, I was going to talk to you about it, but I think we're there.
I think we're
So,
there.
yeah, so it looks like, thank you for those of you who are on the list to be heard today. It's 6:11 now. I'm being cautiously optimistic that we will get through case 12. So 13 through 16, we will hear you at the beginning of next month's meeting. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, take a 10.
break. Yep.
All right, bye.
Okay, we're back. Shelley Hughes, are you with us? Shelley?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay. Had me worried for a minute. Welcome. Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Shelley, and I'm gonna just call Kevin, are you with us too? And if you are, please be sworn in now as well. Okay, go ahead, Kim.
All right. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. And let the record show that PJ Henningsen has recused.
Okay, this application was continued for a restudy of the rear elevation, restudy of the window detail, to keep the original steps and concrete walk, provide a site plan with setback dimensions to the porch and thermal wall and HVAC location, and provide a tree replacement plan. And all of those things, I believe, have been provided. With that, there are a couple of staff notes on page 4 of the memo. I'm going to turn it right over to Shelley and to have her present these changes and the options. There are various options that she's come up with for the commission's consideration. So Shelley, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then I am on slide 6. You can get started.
Okay, yep, Shelley Hughes. It's Shelley, last name's Hughes. I'm at 7421 Coors Drive, Arvada, Colorado, 80005. As Christy stated, we've addressed all the points that were part of the continuation last month. Nothing has really changed about the site plan, except I added some dimensions that had been left off previously, and I did go back to the original stair width and sidewalk that is there now. The other thing that we did provide was on the previous site plan, we had shown 2 new trees in the backyard to replace 2 that are being removed, which have also been approved already or were part of the discussion last time for approval. We made a slight change on that. We had not provided any specs on what type of tree we were replacing that with. We were going to submit that to staff later, but we have picked a species for now. We may end up submitting something different to staff later for approval if the client changes their mind on what they want for these trees. And after discussion with Christy, we decided we could put 1 tree in the backyard and 1 in the front yard to kind of space them out a little bit. We did provide specs for something called a black gum tree. I'm not an arborist, so I can't tell you much about it. So I'll let you read the specs that we submitted on that if you're curious. Our original plans, we've always shown a series of retaining walls here because the site slopes up in the rear. I did add a note here in blue on that first page that we're still unsure of like final grading and how much retaining wall will be needed, and also the specs for that. So Christy asked me to note on the plans that we will submit those at a later date when either a landscape architect or designer has gotten involved with the project to help us specify those things, and we will follow whatever guidelines we need to on those items at a later date. I guess on this first page here, we had left off dimensions at the front that showed the dimension to the thermal wall and the new stoop, which I've added now. And then we located the HVAC system on the top side of the building the way it's oriented right now on the side of the proposed addition, in between the addition and the new retaining wall that will be needed. That's pretty much the only place on the site that it can go. So hopefully that works for you guys. We don't know yet if it's going to be 1 system or 2, so I've noted 1 for sure with a second one dashed in if needed. So I guess to kind of go further into maybe the meat of the discussion from last time, if you'll go to the next page, Christy, we were asked to restudy the side and rear elevation at the back corner there at the bottom of the stairs. Some of the officials were concerned about a 1.5 story container wall that we had there that wasn't broken up by any kind of roof line or anything. And so we've kind of studied that a little bit further. And one of the suggestions was extending the stoop back further to the corner, which you can see in 1B right there. And I also provided on the site.
Shelley, we really appreciate you trying to just hurry through this. Our court reporter is really struggling. If you could
Okay.
just slow it down just a little.
All right. Okay. Sorry.
So are the commissioners.
Just stop me anytime. I'm trying to get through it fast for you guys. I know it's been a long day. But just slow me down when you need it. So basically, we restudied this rear corner again. And I've shown a blown up of the floor plan as well as the site plan because I wanted to point out to you the reason that we had kind of shortened the roof line, which I can show you on the elevations in a second, and truncated that rear entry porch a little was because we were trying to get parking for 2 cars behind the house off street. If we extend the porch back further to the corner of the stair living room wall, it does start to really hinder being able to get 2 cars in there easily without having to juggle cars around. I know that's not a top concern, but I wanted to point that out and why we did this. If you will go to the next page, Christy, I think the elevations explain all of this a lot better. So the bottom image is what we proposed originally, and you'll see the area that I have kind of dashed there is the area that I was asked to restudy. And so one of the suggestions was bringing the roof line on down to the corner of the house, which we did in option 2C at the top. But I'm proposing that we keep it like we had it with the roof slightly truncated there. So it gives a little bit more siding above the beam and column detail to the bottom of the eave line. But we feel like from a site plan perspective, it's better in this location than taking it all the way to the rear. So what we've proposed in option B, if you allow us to keep this rear entry porch the depth that we had it, is instead of having a continuous run of corner board and siding all the way up that 1.5-story wall that's coplanar there, is to maybe break it with a band that matches the beam that's at both porches, and that would wrap around to the back as well, to the new porch on the rear as well. So when she brought up until last time, the other issue is the gable window in the new gable. We had proposed a twin double hung previously. We can't even fit a double hung that will meet egress in this location. So what I had proposed initially was a twin casement that looks like a double hung. And I verified that size to make sure it works, to see if we could shift it a little or change it. I think the comments were that you wanted this window to read secondary to the original windows on the house on the first floor. So I feel like the only other option is to reduce this to a single window instead of a twin window. If it's a single window, we could go back to a standard double hung. We can get the height there that we need and the width to work with the existing roof slopes that are there. But that's really our only 2 options to get a window into this room that meet egress, because it is a bedroom. And I think from my perspective and the clients, we'd prefer the twin window if we can get away with that, because this is a bedroom with not very much light. This is the only window. So we'd like to get some more daylight into that room if possible. You may be able to go, Christy, to the perspective drawing that we've submitted last time, which may kind of show again. Even though we went back and studied all these things, I just wanted to point out again that from the street view, this drawing was sketched right over top of a photo that we took from the street. You cannot see that window, and you cannot see this rear roof line and porch at all from the road. It's all in the rear of the house. So I think that is pretty much everything that you guys had asked for last time on the continuation. So I'll let you ask questions now.
All right, thanks, Shelley. Christy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We have one caller. Hello, if you have called into the meeting, have you called in to speak about 324 West Kingston? A yes or no is fine.
No, I think you guys had said that I was just catching it. I called in right at the end of, right before the break. I think you said that 13 and 14 will not be this session. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Correct, yes. It will be
Yep, then I have nothing.
at the beginning of next month's session.
Perfect. Okay. Yep, that works.
All right.
All right, thank you kindly. Have a good
All right. Commissioners, questions for Shelley? Do we have any? Going once, going twice? Okay, let's close for deliberation. I think it's pretty straightforward. Shelley's done what we asked her to do. She gave us 3 different options here. So, Commissioner Lineberger, will you lead us in discussion on this, please?
Sure. I definitely appreciate, Shelley, that you addressed, I know that we're closed, but that you addressed all of the items that we asked for. I'd like to hear what all the other commissioners think, but I do believe that I think that it still meets, even if we go back to their original, the option B on that rear elevation, their preference. I would be fine with that. And I'm also fine with going back to the original window configuration. I understand the dilemma there, but I feel like the double hung, the 2 casements versus the double hung single window is a little more consistent with the rest of the house. And I think that's...
I should have asked this question when we were open. I prefer 2C. I think that it breaks up the look of the coplanar wall, which is what we had a little bit of heartburn about. That line is continued through, and I'm looking to you, Krista, and you, Chris Barth, and Phil, and Scott, to speak to this in a building science kind of way, but the trim that's there for option 2B and 2A, even with a little piece of trim right over the column, to my eye, it does not look as well. I don't know a good way to put this. I think 2C works better, and it speaks to the issues we had which is why we continued the application. I am curious, though, to hear if you can use the double casement windows for the 2C option. Do you all know that, or should we?
They're 2 separate issues.
Yeah.
So I think you can break it up and say for the double hung windows, you're fine with the 2A or 2B, the original options. But for the rear, you want 2C, but of course that's up to all of y'all.
Yeah. So as one commissioner, I prefer the 2C bridge line or roof line going all the way down. And I know it creates a little problem with parking. Ultimately, this is first and foremost, and I personally prefer that and the double casement windows. I'm just going to do a round robin because it's late, and I want to get I want to get an answer for Shelley. So, Commissioner Goodwin, what are your thoughts, sir?
I'm in complete agreement with what you just said.
Okay.
The double casement windows and bringing that roof line down in 1C, as shown in 1C.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barth?
Don't think I was here for this initial review. It sounds like I'm in the minority here, but I'm actually fine with all options. I do prefer C, 2C. As far as the second story windows, the double casements are fine. I think the double hung could work too, potentially with a ganged window or 2 next to it of a top sash only, but totally up to the applicant, I would feel.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Hayden?
I'm good with the 2C rear and the
1C is the rear, yeah.
double case.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Whitlock?
I would be okay with 2C and 2B on the, and I fine with the double casement egress.
Okay. Commissioner Walker?
I would echo Mr. Whitlock.
In saying,
2C and 2B and the double casements.
okay, so 2C, 2C and 2B, so what from 2C and what from 2B?
So
I'm fine with either.
I'm sorry, I'm not,
roof
yeah.
line for, extending the roof or not.
Or
Okay.
not. Yeah.
That's 2C or 2B.
Mhm.
Then the double casement from
2B?
2B.
Okay, and you're saying you're good with the double casement from 2B, Jill?
Yes, that's right. And
And you're also okay with?
extending the roof line or not.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right, so that's your answer, Commissioner Lineberger.
I know you're closed, but could I add one thing or ask about one thing?
Just a moment, Shelley.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so Commissioner Lineberger, why don't you finish and then we'll open up.
Well, I'm interested to hear what Shelley has to say, but it seems like we're kind of split, or we're split on the C and B options. For
I think the only way to figure that out is to float the motion. But first, let's open up so that Shelley can say what she wants to say. Shelley?
Okay, sorry about that. I just realized I forgot to mention one thing. So if you look at option 1C at the rear elevation, I did note, and it might be hard to read there, I wasn't sure if you would want me to stop the roof line at the corner board or continue it all the way across to the porch. So we need a determination on that as well.
What slide is that? 8. Okay, thank you, Shelley. 8. No? Okay, 7. So one more time, now that we're on the slide, will you do us the favor of repeating that, Shelley, please?
Yes, on 1C, the rear elevation, if you zoom in there, you'll see above that window, I've got line stashed there about whether or not we carry the roof eave all the way over to the porch roof or stop it at the corner.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Anything else you want to add before we close?
No, I think that was it. I just realized I forgot that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So we will reclose, and I am team option C, and I don't believe that they need to take that all the way to the porch. That is my opinion. Wait, actually, no, that's not true, because the reason that we were looking at that is we didn't want just one wall, right? Yeah, coplanar wall. So yeah, I would prefer that personally, one commissioner, I would prefer that that whole coplanar situation is broken up. And so I'll do a quick round robin to see if we stop it at the corner or take it to the porch. Stop it at the corner, take it to the porch. Goodwin?
I see that her preference is to stop the roof at the corner, and I'm good either way.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
I'm indifferent. I could take or leave both.
Okay. Commissioner Hayden?
I like it being taken across.
Okay. Commissioner Whitlock?
Either way.
Okay, so we have 3 either ways. Commissioner Walker?
Either way for me as well.
Okay, so there we have it. Same. So more either ways. I can join the either way team because that's right there in the back, but I'm team option C. I feel pretty strongly about that one. Okay. So do you want to go through the reasons why it was continued and
Sure.
Okay.
So we had, number one, which is what we're obviously stuck on, provide a restudy of the rear elevation to include the stoop, rear corner detail, and coplanar two-story wall. So we'll maybe circle back to that, because I think that's the only one we have left to address. Restudy the window detail at the left elevation gable so that it is secondary to the first level windows, which I believe we're all in agreement that we're okay with the double window, the double casement windows. Number three, per standard 4.8, number two, retain the original steps and concrete walk at the front elevation. They did that. Provide, number four, provide a site plan. It includes the setback detail and dimensions to the porch and thermal wall and the HVAC location. They did that. And number five, per standard 8.5, numbers 5 and 6, provide a tree replacement plan and also noted on the site plan. And I believe that that is covered as well.
And it seems like we just need, just based on the staff analysis, some details that I'm sure doesn't have to hold anything up, but staff can, Shelley can give those to staff.
Right.
Okay. So do you want to float a motion and see where you land?
Sure. Not sure quite how to word this on the rear since we're seem to be split, but or ambivalent. Other than you, Kim.
With this, are you talking about this being split?
No, I think.
The other one.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I was gonna say something like this, in the past, you've left that up to the applicant.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're split on the important
B
part.
or C.
Yeah.
Okay.
I really think that my motion would be to say, to leave the B and C up to the applicant as well. 'Cause I feel like most of us are in that camp.
Well, then let's make that motion and vote.
Okay. I make a motion to approve this project as it is not incongruous. It meets the standards for rehabilitation of building elements for porches, 4.8 and 6.17, excuse me, for new porches, and windows 4.12 to 4.14. And that the applicant will determine it's applicant's choice for the restudy of the rear elevation, whether to do option B or C. And that other details may be approved by staff. Final details and materials can be approved by staff. And I also was going to add that this approval does not include a review of the retaining wall detail at this point.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by?
Second.
Commissioner Hayden. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 1. Thank you so much. All right.
Okay, great. Thanks,
Thanks,
Shelley.
everybody.
Our next application and the last one for this evening is number 12, and that's 417 West Park. Kevin, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Kevin. Were you just sworn in?
Yeah, Shelley.
Thank you. Okay. This application was continued from the May 11th meeting for restudying the front porch massing and the beam column condition, adding fenestration on the left and right elevations at the rear, removing the apron trim from the windows, and adding site plan details. And I believe all those things were changed. Staff's comments are on page 3 of the staff analysis. So, Kevin, I'm going to start on page 6. Actually, no. I'm going to start you on page maybe
17.
17 or 18. Yeah,
Yeah, you had some comments. I think you
perfect.
guys wanted to see the thermal wall versus porch wall.
Yep. So Kevin, before I'm going to turn it over to you, if you would state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the court reporter, and then you can start talking.
Yeah, Kevin Christiansen, Christiansen. I live at 417 West Park Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah, so the first thing that wanted to be addressed was our thermal wall, the future thermal wall versus and the future porch wall versus kind of what's in our neighborhood. So in the 400 block, the porch wall, if it's an 8-foot long porch, it would be slightly closer to the sidewalk compared to the rest of the neighborhood. As you can see, it'd be about 21 feet away. Next closest is 23 feet. And then I think 409 is actually at 14 feet, but don't think that's really in congruence. And then on the 300 block, though, the porches get a lot closer to the setback, like 18, 19 feet over there. So I included the 317 West Park in as well. And that's it on the setbacks. And I think the page 26 addresses, or 25 maybe, sorry, 26. Yeah, so this would be the porch and window detail. One more. Yeah. So yeah, we made the revisions to the porch to be more in line with what's in our neighborhood. So we have an 8x8 beam with a, let's see, a 12 by 12 trim at the top and bottom of the post. And then a cement cap followed by brick on the bottom. And the post would sit right under the beam, and there would be a slight overhang in the front and the back for the wood cap trim compared to the beam. And we removed the aprons from the windows. And then if you could go up to just page 25. So we added 2 windows towards the back. That one's about 4 feet away from the end of the wall. It's a smaller window. It matches the current kitchen window. As you can see, that's a laundry room, so there'll be cabinets and laundry equipment against the wall there. So we made it a little smaller, but we'll match the current smaller window in our home. And then the other window is a little over 8 feet away from the end of the wall. And so those are the 2 windows added. And then I think the last one's on page like 21, last comment. Let's see, 20, sorry. So the other 2 trees we've added, a large one in front, it's a sugar maple that is similar to the tree out front in the, I don't know what you would call the area between the sidewalk and street. So it should match nicely with that. And then in the back, we discussed doing a small tree back there since there's already a lot with a lot of shade. So an eastern redbud in the back. And those are the approximate locations. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Kevin. Chrissy, do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
No.
All right. Commissioners, any questions for Kevin? Seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. Okay, 2 questions. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yeah, thank you. Great job. Did a good job of covering everything. 2 questions, both illustrated on page 25. I just want to make sure. So when you look at the elevation, I see the roofing material says existing house and then new. And I know we talked about, the dropping the ridge and decided that wasn't necessary, but I do hope that you're planning on using all new shingles on the entire house, because you will definitely not be able to match those shingles properly. So on the front porch on that new addition.
Okay. Yeah, it's no issue.
And then the other, I just wanted to ask on that vertical delineation at that same location, can you describe what you plan to do there?
I just thought it would be just a trim board, just a vertical board straight up and down, where it would fit in with the siding. I don't know though. I'm not an architect or GC. I don't really know how to describe it other than maybe we could get some help there on what you'd like to see.
It's to give the appearance of the rear corner board. It's a common requirement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question, so you have a skirt board or going around and it doesn't, it's not delineated. So, and then you go up into the boxing and it's not delineated. I'm just wondering, and I would defer to some of our design professionals here, how might that be done? I know it needs to be thick enough to, or deep enough to where it's standing proud of the siding, you know, at the farthest projections, probably at least a half inch or maybe even more. But anyway, you know, it kind of defeats the purpose where you have the horizontal trim and it's not delineated. So just something to throw out there.
So extend the vertical trim so it covers the horizontal or breaks it up.
That would be my thought. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
Yep.
That was my only questions.
Okay. I just want to echo Commissioner Whitlock's sentiments, that trim is a line of demarcation. And it's very important that we show some differentiation between the existing house and the addition. So why don't, Commissioner Barth, do you mind speaking to how that can be done effectively to help give Kevin some direction?
I mean, usually I would do that as like a physical offset. So I'm not familiar. I've never used the simulated corner board method. So
yeah,
is that what you're asking? How that simulated corner board would be utilized? I would imagine it needs to at least stick proud of the siding. So usually that's a 2x piece of material. I'm sure staff has some examples that we've done this in the past that they can.
And Chrissy, it's late, so remind me. We have used just the trim to show a line of demarcation. We don't always ask for it to step in. Yeah, I thought so.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
People on the line.
Yeah.
So that would probably be my only thing, just as long as that trim piece, much like we asked for with window trim, that it sticks proud of the thickness of the siding, as it looks like it's lap siding here. So as long as it sticks in front of that.
And approximately how proud of it is
Quarter of an inch. I mean, because it is lap siding, it's constantly receding.
Yeah.
So the furthest out point of the siding, I'd say quarter an inch, maybe.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Kevin before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Whitlock, why don't you lead us in discussion on this one?
Well, I would say it looks like everything's been fulfilled that we required at the last meeting. So I would say it might be worth loading a motion.
I agree. Yeah.
So having said that, I would like to load a motion that we approve this application and it's congruent with the standards and I don't really have any additional additions to that.
Will you accept some?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so staff pointed out just a few. We need to have Kevin provide window materials and specifications. retaining wall detail. We need to make sure that the front walk is connected to the public sidewalk.
Can I ask you a question on that? Because he's showing it connected to the driveway. Is that not?
It's not, that the driveway is private property. That's not the public sidewalk.
It's
Okay, so-
keeping the street context,
Yeah,
every
so
house
He
in.
has a paved way to the sidewalk, so I mean,
Yeah, so when things get updated, we require them to come into compliance. So we would require the main walk to be the widest walk and then a more narrow walk connecting to the driveway. Because the rhythm of the street and the context of the street is everyone else has that connectivity to the public sidewalk.
okay.
And then the last one is we just need the concrete patio width dimensions.
I'll accept all of those.
Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Do we have any discussion of the motion?
Much like we mentioned, I would like to make sure that what do you call it, demarcation board between the
Yes.
existing house and the addition is thick enough that it sticks proud of the thickest part of the siding.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
Yeah.
Will you
accept it.
accept that? And are you still good with that, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Okay, so, it's 7:03, but I'm hoping that we can vote on these minutes before we leave.
Yes, please.
Yeah, and so who has theirs readily available? Who reviewed them? You did May, April, May. We're in June now. Okay, and did you, anyone do March? No, okay.
January.
Okay. Well, why don't we cover April and May and then we'll come back to March? Okay, so Commissioner Lineberger, you covered April, you said? May. Commissioner Whitlock covered April. Okay, and are there any corrections that need to be made? Okay, then, do you want to float a motion then? Okay, seconded, motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. Let's welcome Commissioner Henningsen back to the meeting. All right, we'll start that again. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion passes 8-0. Okay, Commissioner Lineberger?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the May 11th, 2022 minutes.
Okay. All right, motion made by Commissioner Lineberger, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve the May minutes passes 8-0. And so we will work our way back to March when we also do June. So I hope
PJ, did you happen to review March?
No, that's why I was being coy.
Okay. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. I'm so sorry.
You're not.
You're a rock star. It's okay. So we'll just look at March and June together. And let's see here. We have reached the end of our meeting today. Is there any further business to discuss? Okay.
The only further business I have is I just want to give a huge thank you to some of our commissioners that are rolling off. Jim Hayden, he's been here since I first started. I mean, thank you for your years of service. I think you're at, what, 7.5 years, 8 years? 7.5. Yeah, he fulfilled an unfulfilled term and then 2 of his own terms. And it's been great having you, Jim. Thank you so much.
Great working with all of you.
We have some certificates for all of our departing commissioners and a small gift. The certificates need signed by Allison, our director, and the gifts have not arrived yet. So we're just gonna have to see y'all again, is what that means.
And so I'm going to say that I'm going to hold my toast until a later date, because this is not the end. We're going to treat you like we did Commissioner Rumsch and have you come back.
Yeah.
Now, I don't want to repeat these heartfelt words that I have again. So I'll just do a blanket thank you for your service. So,
And I will
yes.
say PJ and Chris Mern at this point. We're expecting some new members to be appointed, but of course, new members aren't official and aren't voting until they're sworn in and go through orientation. Looking at the deadline with the appointments and our meeting, I think it's looking tight. So we will likely be recommending that PJ rejoin us at the July meeting if he's willing, Jim as well, and Chris. But I can certainly try my best to get at least one new member sworn in. I can't make the promise for all.
And thank you for that.
Yeah.
I think they have one more in them, right?
Maybe. Okay, thank
They're
you.
gonna follow across the finish line. What are these?
Yes, that was my next question, explanation. These are gifts from the city clerk's office. They're board appreciation gifts. Usually there's a reception with heavy hors d'oeuvres and a small gift. But since everything was virtual this year, they made the gifts a little larger and a little more special. So anyone who's not joining us, we have your gift to give to you. But just, it's a small token of thanks from the city. So thank you all.
All right. Well, with that, I say that this meeting is adjourned at 7:08 p.m. Thank you.